Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This session is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the session over to Kenny Harrell. Kenny, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining. This is the Respondent Centered Design 2 session. I expect this to be one of those cases where the sequel matches or exceeds the original. So just a little reminder for everybody, or maybe not even a reminder if people are doing it differently in other sessions, but as the speaker is presenting, you can post questions in the chat. They may be able to address them during the session. Otherwise, if they don't address it during the session, we'll save Q&A at the end. I'll verbally read those questions and allow the presenters to address them at that time. At the end, you can also just raise your hand if you'd like to verbally ask the question, and Greg will unmute you so that you're able to speak it. So without further ado, let's get started with our first presenter, which is Dr. Rachel Walker-Kolzik and her colleagues Anna Scalise and Sam Evans from Forsmarsh. Take it away, Dr. Rachel.
Thank you. And today we are going to talk through a project that we recently completed for the National Science Foundation's National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, or NCSES. And today, Anna Scalise and Sam Evans, two of my colleagues, are actually going to lead us through this presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Anna.
All right, so today we'll walk through our approach for measuring sexual harassment in STEM through the use of online message boards. So we'll provide an introduction to NCSES, the general project, our project-specific message boards, and then we'll walk through our methods, including an overview of the message boards and their benefits and limitations, as well as conducting the message boards, including logistics, best practices, and safety and planning, as well as the implementation of the protocol. We'll end with main takeaways in our conclusion. So this project was done for NCSES, which is one of the 13 principal federal statistical agencies. They measure America's progress in science, technology, and innovation, and serve as a federal clearinghouse for objective data that provides key insights into the science and engineering enterprise. For this project, we examined a variety of options for measuring sexual harassment and the strengths and weaknesses associated with each to provide an implementation plan for a future survey measuring sexual harassment in STEM. The project stemmed from the fact that there is no high-quality national data set that captures sexual harassment, and that women earn roughly half of all STEM degrees but are underrepresented in the field, with past research finding that sexual harassment may be a barrier for women in the field. Before we can measure and collect data on sexual harassment in STEM, we first need to understand the issue and create the implementation plan, which was the focus of our study. We conducted this through 4 phases, with today's conversation focusing on phase 3, the qualitative research. So given project timeline and resource constraints, we reviewed multiple qualitative methods for data collection to determine which best met our needs. Given our project needs, we ultimately selected qualitative message boards where material is provided to participants online over multiple days, and we'll discuss this method in more detail on the upcoming slides. Once we selected the qualitative method, we were able to conduct our research for our population of interest, which were STEM students and professionals, specifically undergraduate and graduate students, and early, mid, and late career professionals. The purpose of the qualitative research was to gather information to understand considerations related to the measurement of sexual harassment across career stages, and to inform possible alternative measurement strategies and considerations for the survey. I will now turn it over to Sam to walk through the methodology.
Thanks, Anna. All right, so for those who are less familiar with message boards as a method of qualitative data collection, I'm going to take the next few slides to break down our approach and highlight some best practices. Online boards or asynchronous focus groups involve recruiting a small online community comprised of individuals who fall within your segment of interest. These individuals are asked to log into a platform, somewhat like a Facebook group, and engage with each other in semi-structured conversations, generally over the course of a few days, as Anna mentioned. There are written prompts, stimuli, and it provides an opportunity for us to garner both individual level and group level discussion. To give a broad framework, you can think of this as splitting your typical 90-minute focus group into thirds, with participation happening across 3 or more days. So the first day helps us set ground rules and establish rapport. The second allows us to get a bit deeper into the conversation and the subject matter. And then the third allows us to get at those toughest, most nuanced questions. Next slide, please. So what factors did we consider when deciding to pursue asynchronous sessions versus synchronous or a live in-person group? There are a couple of key factors, both broadly and specific to sensitive topics, that played a role in our determination that this was the best approach for us, namely time, flexibility, and anonymity. In asynchronous sessions, group participation is not bound within one 90-minute block of time. Instead, participants have their own 30-minute block within which they can engage with the moderator prompts, stimuli, and other responses from their peers. This means that participants have a little bit more time to reflect on what they're saying before they press send, which if you've ever edited an email before hitting send, you know that could mean a response that feels a little less rushed and maybe more accurate in representing what your perspective is. This also is a core benefit for data collection and sensitive topics because it gives our participants more time for emotional processing that may be more necessary in a harder to manage conversation, like conversations about sexual harassment. Additionally, our participants can engage with each question as an individual, which is a differentiator from synchronous sessions in which we're generally trying to hear from about 2/3 of the room before moving on to the next question. Because participation is expected to occur over the course of a day rather than at a specific time, participants have a little bit more flexibility in deciding when they join the conversation, when they log in, which means that we can a little bit more easily connect communities that have rigid schedules, like doctors or members of the military, and individuals across time zones. And finally here, asynchronous sessions also allow participants to feel more anonymous, which, acknowledging that anonymity can be a double-edged sword, this could increase the likelihood of candid participation with sensitive topics specifically by mitigating fear of recourse. So with all of that said, I do want to highlight some considerations. Because data collection is over a few days, rather than focused on a single event, we do expect higher attrition rates and sometimes up to even 50%. So it's important to establish a contingency plan for recruitment at the onset of the project to ensure the desired number of participants reach day 2 or day 3, especially. So this usually takes the form of over-recruitment by up to 50% and frequent reminders for participants throughout the course of each day and across days. We also expect, because you can download the full board and get a transcript of individual level, but also group level engagement, you'll end up with a lot more data than you would for a synchronous session, meaning that analysis will require a bit more time to sift through everything. Before running our boards, we wanted to make sure that we were following best practices both for message boards generally, but also for sensitive questions. And on the next slide, we've outlined a couple of those, and I'll touch on a few core elements. All right, so as with synchronous sessions, you want to establish and maintain rapport with and among participants at the onset. This could take the form of posting a video of your moderator at the top of the group, introducing themselves, introducing the study, introducing the purpose, to give your participants a face to associate with the study at hand, even if the rest of the conversation is more text-based. It's important at this stage to set clear rules of engagement as well, setting expectations and ground rules that you'll then enforce throughout the conversation to give participants a safe foundation of mutual respect upon which to build the conversation. This is especially important for our sensitive topics, where you'll want to remind participants throughout of the ground rules that and rules of engagement that you've sort of agreed to up front. As moderators, you'll want to be prepared to enforce those throughout. This is about participant trust. and making sure that you're protecting them as you're asking them to be vulnerable with you, especially on a sensitive topic. If somebody violates those ground rules, making sure that you're reaching out to them to remind them or even excusing them from the group if necessary, and then resetting rapport with the rest of the room. At this stage, very early on, we're also encouraging you to disclose the purpose and talk about the importance of the impact of the candid feedback from participants, underscoring what the broader goal is that's being served. For sensitive conversations, acknowledging any potential discomfort that may come with the conversation itself, and asking your participants to join you in pushing through that in service of the larger goals. Intentionally making space for emotions here. Doing that up front and acknowledging that that's part of a natural part of this conversation will help break down conversational barriers as you get into especially your more nuanced questions by day 3. As mentioned, you'll also want to set reminders for participants both throughout the day and across days to encourage engagement. And to facilitate this, we also recommend having multiple moderators because participation is happening over the course of a day. You want to make sure you have someone who can log in, monitor comments to make sure individuals are respecting the boundaries that we've set, but also to encourage engagement and follow up with probes as needed. Through the conversation, as with synchronous sessions, you want to ease participants into the topic, talking about maybe more broad topics like climate and culture before getting into more nuanced questions about behaviors that they may consider to be sexual harassment. Using a variety of question types to keep people engaged. And then for sensitive topics specifically, focusing on perceptions rather than asking direct questions about lived experiences. To avoid any unnecessary disclosures if that's not needed. As you're getting into these conversations, it's okay to remind participants that their participation is voluntary, and it may help to remind them of the purpose of the question. Why am I asking you this sensitive question? It may help understand the landscape, which could help with assessing risk as we assess the risk factors a little bit more accurately. One final note here, I just want to emphasize that as the moderator, if you are the moderator, you're the one setting the tone in the room. And so people will be looking to you to do that. And that starts before the group even begins, with acknowledging how these sensitive conversations will impact you personally and deciding whether or not you're in the right space currently to be the person that people look to lead that conversation. And another is ensuring that your team has the appropriate framework in place to lean on each other throughout data collection, maybe in regular debriefs, to process psychologically taxing comments. Okay, and so because we're running message boards on sensitive topics, we also created and implemented a participant safety plan, which captures a process for addressing participant distress, disclosure of PII, or rude or hostile comments toward others. This safety plan helped our researchers categorize participant remarks based on perceived risk of harm to self or others, so from low to medium to high and highest, and provided our researchers with clear steps to act accordingly. Fortunately, during our study, all comments were low in nature, but when working with sensitive topics, it's important to have a robust plan just in case. So our moderators were monitoring comments, flagging any that felt like they indicated potential risk. They logged those in a risk log and flagged a designated independent party, a clinician, and the project manager to review and assess that risk as well. If the comment was deemed low, generally no action was needed. If medium, the moderator would have reached out via private chat, either to remind the participant of the ground rules and or provide necessary resources, like reporting websites, hotlines, etc. And if the comment was high or highest, we were prepared to coordinate with our vendor to ensure that those resources were provided, as well as any necessary authorities were contacted. Now that we've covered some best practices, I do want to highlight just a few logistics of the study before passing it back to Anna to close us out here. We conducted 12 message boards over the span of 3 weeks, represented here in this table. Each board ran for 5 days. So we had 90 minutes of content that we gave our participants 5 days to engage with. We had 4 moderators and assigned 2 to each board, again, to ensure engagement with participants was happening regularly throughout each day, and to ensure that we were monitoring all comments per the guidelines that we just discussed. We aimed for about 17 participants per board, again, aiming to offset any potential attrition, and ended up with an average of 15 participants per board. Most respondents answered all questions, so again, we ended up with a lot of data here. And with that, I'll pass it back to Anna to talk a little bit more about the content.
All right, I'll run through this a little quickly, but specific to our message boards content, we covered those 3 themes: climate and culture, sexually harassing behaviors, and survey perceptions. On the first day, to keep it more broad, we first covered climate and culture in the workplace, and we did so with 6 open text questions with some examples in the blue box to the right. We did gather quite a bit of insight into climate and culture across the landscape in the STEM landscape for this day. However, we did run into the challenge where participants responded to each question, but not each other. To remedy this, we essentially posted a moderator message that encouraged participation across both the questions and with each other, which did prompt that interaction, both with the questions and with the participants throughout the rest of the week. On the second day, we focused in on our sensitive topics, specifically sexually harassing behaviors in the workplace. Ahead of all questions, we included a text that explained expectations and set a reminder to keep things anonymous and to remain respectful. We also emphasized we wanted to focus the conversation on sexual harassment and not delve into related topics such as sexual assault. And we asked 7 questions that varied by text response, responding to stimuli, and multiple answer questions to keep participants engaged. Our main challenge for this section is we did have a few participants, roughly 3 out of the 177, that either had insensitive comments or were rude to others. In these cases where participants were rude to others, we directly messaged them to remain respectful, as well as provided a general message ensuring everyone remained respectful during that section. This did seem to make sure the conversation remained at a respectful tone for the remainder of the boards as well. On the last day, we covered survey perception, specifically pros and cons of the proposed survey and likelihood at participating. We included a survey description that's provided in that blue box, and it contained a mix of open text and poll questions. While we anticipated that high attrition, we actually saw only 8% attrition across the boards, where either 1 or 2 participants did not respond. And we do think this may be because of the importance of the topic, which participants echoed in their responses, as well as the nature of the board, specifically that increased flexibility to complete the questions. So in conclusion, message boards are an incredibly useful tool to conduct qualitative research, especially for harder to reach populations and when asking sensitive questions. These message boards worked well for our purpose, given the increased flexibility for our population and the anonymous nature of the data collection. Message boards generate a wealth of information because all participants are expected to answer each question, as well as interact with others. So this information provided useful insights into the topics assessed, and because of this, additional time was delegated to that data analysis. This approach was beneficial to our purpose because it did provide us critical insights into both the STEM sexual harassment landscape and interest in a survey. And because of this, we were able to provide data-driven recommendations to inform a future survey of sexual harassment in STEM for students and professionals. And with that, I'll stop sharing my screen.
Very interesting. Thank you, Anna and Sam and Rachel. Thank you for a great presentation. Kim, if you are ready, you can start sharing your screen. We next have Kim Collins from the Census Bureau, who will be walking through us how they handle the tricky issue of people moving during the decennial census. Kim, take it away. So Kim, right now, we're kind of seeing a gray screen, Kim.
I'm sorry about that delay. I had to unmute myself and start the video before.
Not a problem.
Before sharing the screen, so I will get started.
Okay. Okay.
And Kim, we had seen your PowerPoint up for a few seconds there.
Okay.
There we go.
Is this better? Is this better now?
Looks great.
You're
Okay,
looking good, Kim. Everything looks the way it should.
Okay, thank you for bearing with me. Good morning,
Absolutely.
everybody. This presentation does not include any personally identifiable information or protected data. And today I'm going to give an overview of a special type of field interview encountered while conducting non-response follow-up data collection during the decennial census. It's also known as NRFU or the NRFU operation. And I work on the training content and materials that prepare enumerators and census field supervisors to conduct NRFU. During the 2020 census, we contacted approximately 60 million households nationwide to interview persons who did not respond to the census or return a questionnaire on or before the reference date of April 1, which is known as Census Day. Temporary census employees received about 22 hours of training where they learned how to use an electronic questionnaire instrument to conduct personal interviews and collect demographic data from household respondents or proxies. The goal of NRFU is to ensure each person is counted once, only once, and in the right place. And just for further reference, the decennial census is conducted every 10 years with, and the years ending in 0. During some of these visits, an enumerator would encounter someone who we refer to as an in-mover. An in-mover is a respondent who was living at the address at the time of the interview, lived somewhere else on Census Day. The thing to remember is that the NRFU interviews are occurring after Census Day. So they may have not completed or returned a census questionnaire for the address where they actually lived on April 1st. So we like to call the address that the enumerator is visiting the case address, and the address where the respondent lived on April 1st is called the in-mover address. When an in-mover was identified during the NRFU visit, the enumerator potentially had to conduct a dual interview. First, asking questions about who lived at the case address, then adding a new address to the system, that being the in-mover address, and asking questions about who lived at the in-mover address on Census Day. The enumerator had to make a smooth transition between these two parts, all while keeping the respondent's attention. This path of actions is different from that taken when encountering an in-mover during our ongoing surveys, such as the National Crime Victimization Survey or the Current Population Survey, because the interviewer will make updates to the household roster, but they will not ask the in-mover any questions about the reference date address. In the 2020 census enumerator training curriculum, we included sections to specifically cover this scenario. This slide shows some of the training screens that gave enumerators a preview of what to expect when adding the in-mover address to the system. Enumerators completed their casework on the field data capture application, and that was installed on a government-issued iPhone 8. When a case was opened, the enumerator went through a series of screens to complete the questionnaire with the respondent. The complexity of the in-mover scenario added to other challenges we faced in 2020, one being the training itself. While enumerators were taught how to work cases through online and instructor-led training, health safety measures implemented due to the COVID-19 pandemic required everyone to physically distance themselves from one another. And this drastically changed the delivery of the instructor-led portions from an in-person environment to teleconferences. This adjustment compromised the opportunities to practice interviews with one another. Nonetheless, census field supervisors encouraged their enumerators to review and practice challenging interview paths like this one on the training instrument before working live cases. This slide shows some of the behind the scenes work we've been doing on the in-mover question path that we propose to test for the 2030 census. On the left, the solid blue blocks show the actions that the enumerator takes with the case address. That's the address that they're visiting. Orange block in the center represents a transitional phase that enumerators who worked in mover cases actually had trouble navigating in 2020. It was this part of the interview where they felt it did not flow very smoothly. And on the right, the muted blue blocks represent the actions that the enumerator had to take with the in-mover address. Historically, we have established the respondent's status as an in-mover during some short introductory questions where the enumerator asks if they lived at the case address on April 1st. Again, that's Census Day. If it turns out that the respondent is an in-mover and did not complete a questionnaire for their Census Day address, the interview can be longer in duration than a standard NRFU interview. In 2020, after an enumerator added an in-mover address to the system, it was geographically coded in the back end, and it was also matched to an address that's already in the workload. For the 2030 census, we want to take that back end processing a little further by removing the added in-mover address from the NRFU workload, thereby avoiding duplication of effort on that address. Here is a little statistical graphic of the percentage of in-movers who were interviewed in 2020 and had their Census Day addresses added to the system. It's a very small portion of the NRFU workload, but ensuring that they are enumerated at their correct address and that the case address itself is enumerated accurately makes a difference in counting everyone in the right place. Of note, the 2010 census saw around 100,000 in-mover addresses added to the system. We suspect that the large increase in 2020 speaks to the numerous unplanned moves that occurred during the spring months as part of the pandemic response. And some more background information about in-movers is that they fall under two subsets of the population that we are always striving to improve coverage when conducting census and survey operations. And that's the hard to count and historically undercounted populations. In-movers are hard to count in the sense that they move frequently and are likely to rent. Thus, it can be hard to locate and persuade these people to answer the census questionnaire. Also, because they're likely more mobile, they may have difficulty remembering a specific address as it relates to the April 1 reference date. A critical subset of the hard to count populations are the historically undercounted populations. In conducting coverage measurement operations after NRFU, we found that these groups were not fully counted during the regular census count, that being the self-response and NRFU. And examples of historically undercounted populations include, but are not limited to, renters, young children, and people who indicate they are of a race other than the categories presented on the questionnaire. So in 2020, we made a huge jump in the NRFU operation by doing away with a lot of the paper forms that were used in previous censuses in completing these cases on the field data capture application that I mentioned earlier. We provided enumerators with a training version of that application, and it contained fake names and case addresses for practice purposes. The advantage of having this technology is that the questionnaire has built-in conditional logic to guide the interview path, thereby eliminating the need for handling excess paperwork that was required in previous years. In improving the in-mover interview experience, we're working on eliminating unnecessary screens in the transitional phase of the interview. And for example, we would be pushing all of the enumerator-facing screens, like the internal screens, such as contact history questions and case notes, to the very end of the interview, after both the case address and the in-mover address portions are completed. We're also designing our training plan to give more opportunities to practice this and other special types of interviews in the learning environment so that more enumerators will feel ready to conduct field work at the conclusion of their training. The takeaways here involve a closer examination of how an in-mover interview path can unfold, and our working to simplify this path in the questionnaire that will result in a better, less burdensome experience for enumerators and respondents, and improved response rates from the public. More importantly is drilling down on the training programs to identify areas where enumerators are struggling and give them ample practice to prepare them for successful interviews. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Kim. Appreciate it. That was a great presentation. And next up, we will have Nick Bertoni from Ipsos, who will be presenting some adjustments, dare I say, improvements that they have made to their knowledge panel. So, Nick, floor is yours. And Nick, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Yep, I couldn't find the unmute button after I shared my screen. Sorry about that.
All good.
All right. So what I'm going to be talking about this morning is what I like to call a panel member first approach that we implemented on Knowledge Panel last year. So we're going to cover a lot of fun topics today, go over a few things, some general best practices for respondent-centric design, talk about how do you measure, the quality and performance of a panel, what are some of the attrition and prevention activities that we already have in place on Knowledge Panel, and then I'll go over some of the changes that we made. I'll show you a few examples, and then I'll show you hopefully, some of the outcome and the results of that work that we did in the last year. So first, why a panel member first approach? Well, the panel members are the lifeblood. Without panel members and your survey respondents, you don't have a panel. And this is really important because a longitudinal research panel is very, very different from a one-off cross-sectional survey. If you do, an RDD survey or an ABS survey, or even a one-time ABS push-to-web survey, if the respondents have a bad experience, that stinks, but it's not the end of the world, right? You don't have to worry about going back to them later. Now, that's a whole other story when you have a longitudinal panel where you have to contact the same people repeatedly over time. So you really have to make sure that experience is optimal, that you don't do anything that's going to prevent them from participating more in the future. So what does that mean? You really have to be intentional about your messaging, the content, the materials, everything that you put in front of your panel members. You can't just wing it. It's got to be intentional. And you really have to make sure that that last bullet point there, I probably should have made that first, but managing the experience is critical to have a panel that performs at an optimal level. So how do you measure that? How do you measure panel performance? One good way is benchmarking. That's very common. That's not even necessarily just a panel, but a lot of survey quality is measured by benchmarking. You compare it to like federal point estimates, for example, or you compare it to other gold standard methodologies. So first, let's talk a little bit about that specifically with Knowledge Panel. So here's one example, and actually just recently the fifth published article was put out about a study where the CDC had used Knowledge Panel, and what you're looking at over here is the difference in sample coverage. So the IIS is the Immunization Information System. And then you see the performance of Knowledge Panel. So great. The vaccination estimates really aligned with CDC estimates. So that's kind of like a validation, like, okay, the quality and the representativeness is aligning with other CDC benchmarks. So that's a good thing, right? That's an example of benchmarking. Another example of benchmarking is to actually look at point estimates for federal estimates. So here's another example of what benchmarking looks like. Fun fact, I was at Pew Research Center when this study was designed, and it was executed by Ipsos. I'm very familiar with this particular benchmarking study. And so what Pew Research Center did is they evaluated 3 different probability panels and a few different opt-in panels as well, and trying to see the average error compared to these 28 different benchmarks. Again, the takeaway here is the smaller number on screen, the better. So without getting into specifics, I can tell you with a very high degree of confidence, given my involvement in this project, that Knowledge Panel performed very, very well. So again, this is another example of benchmarking. So it's like, okay, we're doing good here. The accuracy is good. What else can we do? So before we get into the other fun stuff that we did, I want to just go over a couple quick highlights here. A lot of folks, if you're watching this and you're interested in respondent-centric design, there's been a lot of literature, a lot of work done on this, but these are just a handful of the best practices. These are pretty much industry accepted norms, so there's nothing earth-shattering that I'm showing you up here on the screen right now. But it's a reminder that these are really important things that we need to take care of it. And that last one on there, treat respondents as you want to be treated. Again, it's a lot more important in a longitudinal panel where you're trying to go back to people over and over again and not just one time. So got all the fun stuff out of the way. We talked a little bit about accuracy. We talked about some of the best practices. So now I'm going to give you a brief overview on some of the attrition prevention activities that we do on Knowledge Panel. So attrition is another good way that you can measure the performance of a panel. The lower your attrition, the longer people are staying in your panel. So again, that's another indicator of quality for a panel. So here's a couple things that we already had in place on Knowledge Panel long before I came along. But this is just a few different highlights. So we have what we call our retention stories. And these are just messages that we send out. It's automated based on panel tenure. So when somebody hits a certain tenure mark, 2 months, 6 months, 9 months, 15 anniversary, we'll send out a message. So again, remember what I said earlier, you have to be intentional about your messaging and your design. We specifically do this at 2 months and 6 months because we want to have early intervention. We want to make sure we're getting in front of our panel members early to prevent that attrition from happening later on down the road. And we'll also do some stuff too on, they're on their birthday, send a happy birthday message. We'll send a message on their 1 year anniversary in the panel. So again, it's tricky because you want to have a balance, right? You don't want to be bombarding people with, endless emails that aren't surveys, because again, you really want them to pay attention to those invitations. So you don't want to be spamming their inbox a million times with a ton of like, here's a fun newsletter. That stuff is okay, but you want to focus on the messaging that's going to give you the biggest value and the biggest benefit to your panel. We've also got some stuff that we call connection prompting. So these are people who have said, yep, sign me up, count me in. But then they don't actually profile. They don't do the final step to enroll before you can actually be eligible for survey. So there's already a lot of outreach that's built into Knowledge Panel to make sure we have participants that are engaged and are responding. Then we've got a couple other different automated messaging that we send out, and we call missed 2 and missed 4. So if somebody has missed 2 consecutive surveys that they've been sampled for, we'll send them a message and check in. If you've missed 4 consecutive surveys that you've been sampled for, we'll send you another message and check in. And there's a few different modes and points of contact that we can do for this. Most of it is done through an email. We also have, live panel support agents that make phone calls and check in with people. And we can also do an IVR message too for those who we've got consent to send an IVR to. So that's a quick overview of some of the attrition prevention activities that we've already got on Knowledge Panel. So the next question is, what else? What else can you do? We've got automation, we've got points of contact. What else can you do to increase the performance of a panel? One thing we haven't talked about yet is completion rates too, and we'll get into that here in a few moments. But, this got me thinking of what else? Can we do more? Can we do better? Can we do something differently and try a different approach? So that's kind of where we're at now. So now we're getting into what we did and how we did it. So there's a few different categories that I really want to bring attention to. And in my mind, these topic areas are highly underrated. They are not talked about as much as they should be, in my opinion. I've been to a ton of APOR conferences. I just attended and presented at the Cypher conference in March with some of my Ipsos colleagues. Been to a lot of conferences, seen the literature, gone through all that stuff. This stuff does not get the attention that it deserves. And I feel that there's a lot of potential in these different areas. So let's talk about tone, the language that you're using. A lot of researchers are super smart, very educated, PhDs, way smarter than I am. But the problem with that is sometimes that trickles into our messaging. And, that's natural. It's understandable. When you've got somebody who's super smart, they're writing in their normal, everyday language, but that's not necessarily relatable to our survey respondents and our panel members. They don't do this stuff for a living like we do. So should we think about changing the tone and the messaging, less formal, less academic, more conversational, right? So we don't need to be, texting a million different emojis and sending GIFs in our emails. I'm not talking about crazy stuff like that, but a little bit more conversational, less academic, in the way you talk to folks. We're not writing an article to be published in POQ. We're trying to entice them to take a survey, right? So a little bit different audience. Cadence, how often that you check in with your panel members. We recently added an extra point of contact at the 4-month mark, and I'll explain that a little bit more here soon. But again, at early intervention, you want to be proactive to avoid attrition rather than trying to address it after it's already happened. There's different content that you can do. So what are you putting in your messaging? For me personally, and these last 2 kind of points are a little bit the same here, I want our panel members to get paid. I want them to redeem their points. I want them to get their checks or their Visa cards or their gift cards or one of the other, 100 different ways, that you can use for their gift cards and get their incentives. There's kind of 2 schools of thought. It's okay, we'll pay our survey folks and maybe they use it, maybe we don't, we'll save a few bucks. No, I'm out on that. I want our panel members to get paid. I want them to be constantly thinking of that. So the next time they get our survey invitations, they think, oh, I'm going to do this because I just got a sweet Amazon gift card, that I bought something with. So again, and how do you do that? It involves messaging. You need to remind people, you need to tell them, you need to make it easy for them to do that. So again, the messaging and the content that you're putting in there. The other thing is something new that we rolled out last year that we call our instant poll. And this is qualitative feedback that we solicit from our panel members. And the first time we rolled this out is we rolled it out at the 4-month mark. Again, intentional with the cadence of that. It's in between the 2 and 6-month messaging. So we send out a message to people who've been in the panel for 4 months just to check in, say, hey, do you like Knowledge Panel? Yes or no. And it's real simple. They click on yes or no in the email. If they say yes, a screen pops up and says, great, tell us what you love so we can keep doing more of it. If they say no, we say, oh man, sorry to hear that. Tell us what we can do to fix it and make it right. So we actively solicit that feedback, and then we see what we're doing and what's working, what's not, and then we can make adjustments on the fly like that. And then incentivization, again, I already talked about that. We gave a raise to some of our lower groups that we had less representation on. We throw out a few spot bonuses here and there. And again, those are non-contingent spot bonuses. And talking about the content and the tone, it's not, hey, we miss you. It's not, hey, please come back. We haven't heard from you in a while. It's none of that. It's here's $5. Thanks for being a knowledge panel. The end. So again, it's a little bit of a different shift in tone of the messaging that we're doing it. And, a real big initiative that I've been doing last year and into this year is around education about the incentives, because that's feedback that we're getting. We had so many people who didn't even realize they were earning points and accumulating these for rewards. So it's like, okay, we need to take a step back, evaluate our process, and see what we can do. But if you're not collecting that data and if you're not getting this information, you don't know what you don't know. So again, it's a different approach for getting feedback. So what does that look like in practice? How do you do that? So here's one example of how we redesigned to put the panel member first. So the subject line of this email is called 100 ways to use your points. So again, this is the retention story that we roll out at the 2-month mark. Again, based on the feedback that we're collecting and the data we're seeing. So we're saying, here's a reminder, you got a bunch of ways to spend your points. Go to the member page and check it out. Here's how. So again, we're being proactive. I want them to get paid. I want them to keep doing that so we can get that in. So this is one example here. It's short, what we got here? 3 sentences. So 4 sentences, short, to the point. Not super formal. Why not go shopping? You earned it, right? That's fun. That's encouraging. A little bit less rigid and formal. Here's another example of how we've redesigned some content for tone on in messaging. So I'm not going to read this all to you on screen, but this is what we would send to people when you've missed 2 consecutive surveys. On the left is the original message. On the right is the new one. So much less formal. The earlier one, there's nothing wrong with the example on the left. It's by no means bad, but it's a little rigid, a little stuffy, a little formal. So, if you look at the middle paragraph on the one on the right, honestly, we really appreciate sticking with it and respond in what we call a timely fashion, and then there's a joke, with great power comes great responsibility, right? So it's fun, it's conversation. Here's another example. This is for what we do the missed 4. So if you've missed 4 consecutive surveys, like, okay, we got a little problem going on here. And the first thing that probably jumps out to you is the length, right? So again, left is original, right is the new version, much shorter. And we even start off, we'll make this quick. Again, because who wants to read 3 paragraphs of a bunch of content, reminding them they're not doing something we asked them to do. So again, it's fun. It's less formal, it's shorter, it's easier. So again, that's one different example of what it looks like to do a panel member first in terms of tone and messaging and content. This is another thing too that I really want to start highlighting, honestly, more than we really are, but we actually have what we call a knowledge panel bill of rights. This is posted to our panel members, it's on the member portal. And this is our commitment to them. We're like, look, we're going to be straight with you. We're not going to sell you anything. We're not going to be deceptive. So this is our commitment that we have. I guess it's technically not in writing, but it's on screen in print for anybody to view. So again, this is a visual indicator and us saying, hey, we care about you as our panel members. And here's our commitment of what we say we're going to do. The flip side of that is you got to hold up your end of the bargain, right? You don't want to go, going back on these things that you're saying you won't do. But it's really important that you make a commitment and say, hey, here's what we are or what we're not going to do. And, we think this is important to let you know what we stand for example.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to give you a 3-minute warning.
Gotcha. Thank you. So again, it's panel member first is more than just fun, catchy emails. It's definitely a lot more than that. The experience matters the most. You don't want to have crazy long surveys. You don't want to have obnoxious grids with 12 columns on there. You need to offer your support. You need to respond to people. You need to have people available, technical support when there's survey problems and things like that. You have to respond. You have to be there for them. You have to make sure you get paid. So here's the fun stuff. How do we know any of this helps? Am I out of my mind? Am I crazy for trying to do this? Maybe yes, maybe no. So here's some data on completion rates on Knowledge Panel. So going back to 2020, just about every survey had higher, the COVID bump for response rates, but we were trending down. In 2023, we reversed that trend big time. 7 percentage points across the board on completion rates. If you look over to the far right on our subgroups, 8-9% increase on completion rates. That doesn't happen by accident, right? You don't just luck into a nearly double-digit completion rate for a whole year average. Attrition, again, we did the same thing. We snapped the wrong trend in the wrong direction on attrition. Attrition was down over 1 percentage point across the board. Again, if you look far to the right in our rare groups and our subgroups, down over 2 percentage points on some of the areas. So again, a quick overview, be intentional. Tone and cadence matters. Don't ask people to do anything for free, and really, just treat people how you want. That's really, the long story short. But hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nick. Our last presenter is Melissa Heim-Viox from NORC, and she'll be sharing some work that she did with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So take it away, Melissa.
Thanks, Kenny. Because I have too many overlapping windows. Second. Do you all see this? I'm sorry that when we did the trial, this worked fine, but right now it is giving me an alert.
We can see, well, I can see sort of the main PowerPoint view, not in presentation mode. And there's a couple of like gray squares that are.
Let me hit stop. It is, let me try to do it again. Okay. I'm just going to do the exact same thing because I think I did what worked before. And we'll hope for better luck.
All right, perfect.
How about now? Okay, great. Nice. So thanks for having me today. I'm excited to share some of our updates from the Medicare Current Beneficiary Survey, which added sexual orientation and gender identity items to the regular questionnaire last year in 2023. The MCBS serves as the leading source of information on the Medicare program. The survey is conducted by CMS through NORC at the University of Chicago. We survey a nationally representative sample year-round, and beneficiaries are enrolled annually in the fall and participate for up to 4 years. Interviews can be conducted with the beneficiary or proxy, and topics cover healthcare utilization and cost, access and barriers to care, and physical, emotional, and financial well-being. Prior to 2023, the MCBS did not capture beneficiary sexual orientation or gender identity, which I'm going to refer to as SOGI throughout the presentation. Sex was preloaded from CMS administrative data and confirmed by the interviewer until 2022. SOGI items were added last fall, and we added these to improve measures of health equity on the MCBS. To be able to provide nationally representative data on topics such as the accessibility and utilization of services by LGBTQ populations and the resulting health disparities that can impact these communities. As with all changes to such a large survey, we undertook a thorough process to identify SOGI items from existing surveys and carefully implement them into the MCBS questionnaire. This presentation will cover how we identified the items, our process to operationalize SOGI items within a longitudinal health survey, and then some unweighted findings from our first SOGI data collection. To inform how we incorporated SOGI items into the MCBS, we turned toward the research experience and findings from our colleagues, like those here today, in the federal survey field, including our own cognitive testing in 2015 and 2016. We also looked at what other large federal surveys are currently using and recommendations from the 2022 National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine report. Finally, we held various discussions with survey and SOGI experts, both within NORC's Sexual and Gender Minority Research Steering Committee and at other organizations. We ultimately chose 4 items from current national surveys fielding SOGI. We added 2 items on sexual orientation from NHIS and 2 items on gender identity from the Census Household Pulse Survey. Here are the items on sexual orientation from NHIS and adapted for the MCBS. Sexual orientation items have been fielded on the NHIS since 2013, where they have been closely monitored for comprehension and sensitivity. And these items also align with recommendations from the NASEM report measuring sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation. And here are the items on gender identity, sourced from Census Pulse and adapted for MCBS, as you can see, like the text fields here. This series uses a 2-step approach where beneficiaries are first asked to report their current gender identity, male, female, transgender, or none of these, and then they're asked sex assigned at birth on their original birth certificate. Given the structure of the MCBS with a rotating panel design of incoming and continuing panels and the use of proxies, we needed to adapt the implementation of existing tested SOGI items. So we thought about where to place these items within the survey experience, how often to administer these items during their tenure in the study, how to navigate text fills for interviews done by proxies, and how to navigate routing for sex-specific health questions. We chose to add the SOGI items to the demographics section at the end of the first questionnaire for recommendations in the NASEM report. Last fall, we administered these items to everyone in the MCBS, but moving forward, we plan to ask them just of the incoming beneficiaries during their first survey. Regarding the text fills, previously we used gendered pronouns for proxy interviews, consistent with standard conversational language. Given that we don't explicitly ask about pronouns, though, in the survey, we changed the pre-fills for proxy interviews to refer to respondents by their first name instead. For example, in this question, instead of saying the doctor or dentist pulls on her tongue, we would say, for me, the doctor or dentist pulled on Melissa's tongue. There were also some items where the questionnaire team was able to carefully rephrase the question stem to just avoid using a pronoun altogether without altering the meaning of the question. There were some exceptions to this decision for Spanish interviews where there's more inherent gendered language structure that can't be avoided. Here's an example where the verb ends in O or A, depending on the beneficiary's gender. And we had to retain this. We also needed to make decisions about how to handle health questions that are dependent upon the beneficiary's anatomy, such as this question about history of hysterectomy. When we have it available, the MCBS routes respondents based on the response to sex assigned. However, when sex assigned at birth is not available, which is the case during the first interview, since we chose to ask these questions at the end of the survey, or if the respondent chooses not to answer sex assigned at birth. Then we use administrative sex data to determine whether or not we should ask a sex-specific question. Given this change, we added a does not apply response that is not read aloud for those instances. This slide lists a few other administrative considerations as we were implementing the new items. We are not asking proxies about sexual orientation, primarily due to privacy concerns, but we do ask sex assigned at birth and gender. If the interviewer enters differing responses to sex assigned at birth and gender identity, there is a soft edit check that pops up. This is not asked aloud of the beneficiary. It is just for the interviewer to confirm that they didn't misclick. Analytically, if sex assigned at birth differs from gender identity, we would identify those individuals as transgender. So we didn't want to cause any false positives just from an interviewer misentry. And then, as with all questions on the NCBS, don't know and refused response options were available. We monitored the new items throughout data collection via multiple mechanisms. And today I'm going to describe results from our kind of item level frequencies, including non-response. We also looked at agreement for the gender items with administrative data and previous reports where we had that available. And then we also looked at the open-ended responses to flag training points during data collection or future improvements to training or the questionnaire itself. And so now I'll share some of our preliminary findings from last fall. All of these represent unweighted data. So for gender identity, we found that respondents were willing and able to answer the gender identity question with very low non-response, less than 0.4%. And then we also found that there was a small but important group of beneficiaries who reported being transgender or another gender identity. Similarly, when we look at unweighted percentage for sexual orientation, we found that the majority of respondents were willing and able to answer the question. We saw higher non-response at 3.3% compared to the gender identity question, although this 3.3% was in line with our expectations from other large studies of older adults. And we saw a non-negligible number of respondents who reported a sexual minority status. Not shown on the slide, but we saw minority representation across age categories and gender identities. And somewhat unsurprisingly, we did see that it was common for those who refused to answer the gender identity item were also unwilling to answer the sexual orientation item. A few slides ago, I mentioned that we added the does not apply response option for beneficiaries who may get asked questions about biological procedures that are not applicable in instances where we use administrative sex for routing. We expected that this would only affect a very low percentage of beneficiaries whose administrative sex record does not match their sex assigned at birth. However, we saw this unread response option clearly being used in other situations as well, just based on the numbers on the right, which are higher than the number of or percentage of transgender responses that we received. While there are possible reasons beyond anatomy that a question could be inapplicable, this would represent an unintended change from the question's administration and data cleaning processes from prior years, where we, in those cases, would have expected an answer of no, so that we could use the data in the analytic files. For winter and summer rounds, where we have beneficiary reported sex assigned at birth for routing, we can use that and that will mitigate this issue. But we are kind of reconsidering other approaches for next fall, given this finding. Another thing we looked at was how often the self-reported sex matched the CMS administrative sex records. As mentioned, prior to 2022, the NCBS had used CMS administrative sex without asking the respondent to confirm. We did find very close alignment between the administrative records and respondent self-report from 2023, both overall and in specific interview conditions, including English and Spanish, interviews conducted with or without an assistant, and interviews conducted with the beneficiary or with a proxy. Finally, we looked at the open-end responses at the sexual orientation item. There were a few themes that we noted presented here from most to least common. Most common was a response that was avoiding the question. Something like, that doesn't have anything to do with me. Followed by a response that could have been backcoded to straight, such as heterosexual. The NCBS does backcode, But we do that after data collection ends. We don't ask interviewers to do that in the field, just to avoid asking interviewers to interpret and potentially misinterpret and backcode incorrectly. We also saw some responses that had to do with gender rather than sexuality. So think something like "I'm a man" in response to the sexual orientation item. And then, as expected, we saw responses that were sexualities not in the response options, like pansexual or asexual. In conclusion, we note that aspects of the NCBS protocol introduced some challenges that were manageable to incorporating SOGI measures into the questionnaire. Specifically, our use of proxy respondents, the longitudinal design of the survey, and the target population of Medicare beneficiaries. Early data from last fall indicates that the current SOGI measures perform well with the Medicare population. Non-response is low across age and gender subgroups, and we found that beneficiaries will report a sexual or gender minority status to their interviewer. Administrative data was highly predictive of self-reported sex data for Medicare beneficiaries. And we want to note that we are monitoring for potential future alignment with research coming out of other large-scale surveys, as this is an evolving area for large federal surveys. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa, and thanks again to all of our presenters. Those were great. So with that said, I'd like to open it up for a Q&A session. I see one question in the chat so far, which is my old buddy Dave Tuttle asking if the waiting lobby music was U2 or Coldplay. I'm sorry I wasn't long enough in there to be able to name that tune, but I'll go to another session and I'll try to peg it. Any questions? Ooh, I see one in the chat from Struther. I have a question for Nick. Have you done any further analyses to see if the new messaging or any of the efforts were more effective for specific panel members, for example, sex, age, or education? She's curious if the next step in this respondent or panel member first design is more tailored messaging based on the panel members' demographics.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we've got a ton of different metrics that we do and we update monthly for Knowledge Panel, everything from, number of surveys assigned to, attrition rates and things like that. So when we do look at the difference in attrition rates, they are different among the subgroups. So at the top line level, we're doing better than we were, in previous years. But when we get into subgroups, it's also a bigger difference. So there's one category that we have called rare groups, and I affectionately refer to them as our unicorns. These are people who are non-white, 18 to 29 years old with a high school or less education. So all three of those characteristics together, which you can imagine are pretty difficult to recruit and retain. So we're doing better for that subgroup than at the overall panel level. And I have some suspicions for why that might be. For example, our older panel members, age 60 and up, you're not going to see a massive improvement for them because they're already performing at a pretty high level anyway to begin with. So I haven't looked at it specifically for, say, men versus women or anything like that, but that's a good next step for doing it.
Cool. Thank you, Nick. And Greg just put a reminder in, if you'd like to verbally ask your question, just raise your hand, and then Greg can unmute you. Next question for Nick again from Tracy. Can you say more on how you determine the optimal timing of reminders for missing surveys?
Yeah, so that's a tough one. There's not a ton of literature out there that I've seen for that. So the general rule that we have in place is we don't want to send invites or send a reminder the day after an invitation. So you want to space them out a little bit. Our general rule of practice is 3 days. You send your reminder after 3 days. That's just based on experience and metrics. Now there's some exceptions, of course. For example, we did a big study last year for the wireless emergency alert system. So I don't know if you remember that one day the whole country got an alert on their cell phones. Well, we did a follow-up survey like immediately after that. So that was a little bit different. So that's one example where we had to get data very quickly. We couldn't wait for that. So there is always going to be an exception here or there. But just generally speaking, you know, I wish I could point you to some empirical evidence for that. Just intuitively and just experience working on panels for the last, you know, 10 plus years. I generally just try to avoid, you know, you don't want to be hounding people. You know, back-to-back days, best to avoid that if you can. You want to give some time for it. I have seen some other evidence at the Cypher conference in March. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Cypher is a conference all about online probability panels. It's awesome. It's put on by the folks by USC, but it's all online probability panel stuff. So there was some research presented there too, trying to look at, you know, time of day. Does the time of day matter? Does the day of week matter? And there really isn't a lot of conclusive evidence that I've seen for that. So that's something I just kind of go with my gut and try to space it out, just you know, just for what I've seen work.
Awesome, thank you. So while we're waiting on some questions from the audience, I have a couple that I'd like to ask. I'm going to start with Melissa, and then I'll work backwards chronologically. So Melissa, this one's kind of a two-parter for you. First is, pardon me if you mentioned this, but what modes do you collect the MCBS in? You mentioned an interviewer, so I'm assuming it's interviewer administered, but how are you conducting that with the interviewer?
You're right, they are all interviewer administered. Historically, they've all been in person, although since 2020, we now do a blend of in-person and phone.
Okay. So the second part of the question would be, well, that would actually be a third part if you noticed any mode differences. But so the second question would be, you know, we did a study on this a little bit, and we noticed, by the way, I didn't mention this before, I worked for NASS, the National Agricultural Statistics Service. We did a study on this, and we noticed in that other specify box, and ours were self-administered, but we noticed people sort of not even an avoidant response, but more of a, what I would politely term as a flippant response to the question, especially compared to, you know, where that option might be available in other demographic questions. Did you notice anything like that, having it be interviewer administered, or was it strictly the more avoidant of like, I'd prefer not to answer, or that doesn't have to do with me?
You always see some of that, I think. I do, this is just my sense from other studies, but I do think there's less of that with interviewer administered. You know, there's a little bit of social pressure to behave. But we did see some of that. We did a lot of training with interviewers leading up to this rollout to help them understand why the questions were important to ask, give them some additional gaining cooperation strategies, you know, sample responses or things they could say to common scenarios that we thought they might encounter in the field. And generally, our interviewers told us that left them very well prepared. And you know, also, we do a lot of this. You know, the interviewers were like, we are professionals. We have been doing this in asking a health survey. We ask a lot of questions that folks perceive as sensitive all the time. And you know, they felt like their general interviewer training and experience helped them handle those sorts of scenarios.
Very good. And I think that you brought up something that's a key point that I hadn't even really thought of, is that for the most part, our questions we don't ask a lot of demographic questions on our surveys. It's even rare for any demographic questions, let alone, you know, these ones that have been added recently. So that's a good point, that yours have been more experienced with it and are well trained in it. And then the third part would be, and if you didn't do an analysis on this, then that's fine too. But did you notice any difference in terms of avoidant responses between phone respondents versus in person?
We didn't look at that primarily because we don't assign mode. We
I see.
sometimes
Okay.
assign an initial mode, but not for methodological purpose, not for experimental purposes. We assign it based on where interviewers are located, demographics of the individual, why we think, how can we get this done the best way at the lowest cost? So whenever we make a mode recommendation, or an interviewer or respondent says they prefer a certain mode over another, kind of let them roll with that. So there's some other differences between cases that are completed by phone or in person.
Very cool. Thank you. I see Sam has his hand up. Sam, do you, is this in reference to the question that was posed to you in the chat, or do you have a question for Melissa to follow up on?
I had a question for Melissa. I see there are actually two questions for us that Anna's working to answer in the chat.
Okay, great.
But Melissa, you said you ran cognitive interviews on these questions. Could you tell us more about the recruit and what communities were involved in reviewing these items, and how you determined like whose feedback you were seeking?
Mm-hmm. So the cognitive interviews that we did specific for this were with the target population. So they were with Medicare beneficiaries. They were conducted in English and Spanish, because those are the two languages that we offer the MCBS interview in. And they were all conducted in person. This was back in 2016 when that was all we did. And they were completed in 3 different localities. They were all urban and suburban.
Okay, cool. And Sam, you mentioned that Anna is responding in text, but I'll read them aloud. And again, if you just want to answer them verbally, you can. But for the asynchronous, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say if it's easier. So hopefully I'm saying it right. Michelle asked what platform we used. We used Qualboard. And then in terms of high level logistics, hopefully this answers your question. But essentially for creating the actual message boards, we worked with their technical advisors so that we could play around with which question types we wanted for each day. And then the actual participants just saw the finalized version, but each moderator was then given a separate account where we did like 2 to 3 trainings leading up to make sure we knew how to do all of the technical pieces there. But we were able to see kind of like the behind the scenes, how often participants were responding, if they weren't responding enough, and who had already responded. And that was more of just kind of to Sam's comment during the presentation, it's almost like a Facebook group or like an online message just board in general, where we would see all of the responses, and then we could then interact with those participants directly. And if we had any IT issues, we had some technical advisors or a help desk we could go to through Qualboard as well. And then for the references about learning about this method, I might kick it over to Sam if you have any offhand.
We've developed some internally, but otherwise I would recommend talking to the platform provider. They'll likely have tailored recommendations for their audience. They'll know their panel best. Usually the platform provider that we're working with also has a panel that they're recruiting from. So that's generally who we seek to answer these questions.
Cool. Thank you. Kim, a quick question for you from me. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned that I think in the past it was done by paper in the 2010 census, handling the in-movers. Was there anything different about sort of the flow chart of how, first we'll ask you about who lived here on April 1st, and then we'll ask you about yourself and that? Or is it just you updated it and put it on the iPhone instead of, on a paper form?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Kenny. That's a good question. And in the years prior to 2020, when we rolled out the iPhone application and the field data capture application, the flow was pretty similar. It always opened up with a couple of introductory questions when the enumerator made contact with the respondent. And one of those questions being, did you live here on April 1st? And if the person did not live there on April 1st, then the enumerator would proceed to try and collect data about, find out and collect data about who did live at that address on April 1st. And then they'd have to, then they would later on proceed to collect, to ensure that the respondent completed a census questionnaire for where they did live on April 1st. And if that had not been done, then the enumerator conducted an interview to cover the address where that person lived. And they did it with, they accomplished that using different forms. So I can imagine, which I imagine was a lot more cumbersome and took a lot more time than the encounter takes these days.
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you. I do have another question for you, but I'm going to hold that for a minute. Melissa posed a question to our Forest Marsh trio. Melissa has a question about asynchronous. We've done this once for very hard to reach populations, transgender minors, where in-person groups were logistically prohibitive. But do you have any other thoughts as to when you would preferentially plan for asynchronous versus traditional focus group or vice versa?
Yeah, thanks. I was typing out a response, but glad to have a chance to verbally answer. Yeah, so generally, logistics are obviously a big reason we would pursue this. Sensitive conversations where we might want to provide a chance for a little bit more anonymity if there is this fear of recourse that we're battling against in terms of responding candidly. And then also budgetary considerations, right? Like if this would be a little bit offset by your staffing, right? We were saying we want more moderators on board. There's more chances to log in throughout each day. But generally speaking, if travel isn't something that you can logistically work in, then you might want to consider some asynchronous sessions.
Very good. Thank you. Kim, my other question for you was, and I'm sorry if you touched on this, do you have like even a ballpark rate of how frequently the person that's currently living at the house was able to provide an answer or even serve as a proxy for the person who lived there previously? And if they knew that that somebody was there on April 1st?
Unfortunately, I do not have that information on me
Okay.
right now. I can't answer that question right now. That's a good question, though. I've
Gotcha.
good topic to look into.
Yeah, I was just trying to think about if I were in my shoes, would I be able to answer anything about the person who lived there, including whether or not they were even there on April 1st. So,
Right.
but yeah, that's I'm sure there's literature out there on that. You know, I had another question for Forest Marsh. Would you know, compared to a in-person or even a virtual focus group where it's sort of an ongoing conversation, did you notice any difference in terms of a higher rate of, I don't know if you want to say like hostile behavior, but some of the things that you kind of associate with like anonymous online text-based conversations where, you know, certain social media platforms are just trolling and bullying and things like that? Did you notice any kind of difference in that when you've done these in terms of these asynchronous message boards as opposed to in-person gatherings, or even like hostile behavior, even if it doesn't rise to the level of, you know, trolling or whatever?
Yeah, I can start. I would say in terms of our specific message boards, I think we were pleasantly surprised that it really only was about 3 individuals out of the entire sample, which was 177, that were insensitive or rude to others. I think we had already prepped, if we were to do this in person, how we would approach those insensitive questions. So we didn't necessarily do it when I've done sensitive focus groups in the past, and this is where, Sam, you might have more insight here. I've typically not had as many insensitive comments. I would say I experienced more in the asynchronous, but again, that was minimal. And it might be because of that added layer of protection. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Anna.
No, go ahead.
I was going to agree. I think it's a larger risk in asynchronous where people feel a little bit more empowered by the anonymity. Again, like I mentioned, that's a double-edged sword, right? Like you might have a more candid response, but in person you have more tools like body language and setting interpersonal rapport face to face. That changes the dynamic and what people are willing to say in a session. So it really depends on the goals of your data collection, like what you're willing to sacrifice in terms of what people are willing to say.
Well, thank you. I will just simply point out, rather than read all of this verbatim, that Robin Kaplan asked a great question to Melissa that was answered by Melissa. So I refer you to the chat to read that question and answer. In the meantime, Tracy sent another question for Melissa. For the gender identity items, did you have any follow-up or confirmation questions? Sorry, I just got an Outlook alert that blocked the question. So I'll start over. For the gender identity items, did you have any follow-up or confirmation questions if the person's response did not match the sex at birth? Also, are there any plans for expanding response options for sexual orientation or gender identity in the future?
Sure. So for the sex assigned at birth and gender identity responses, we had the kind of soft edit check that only interviewers saw. We did not ask respondents to confirm again that was their intended response, right? But we did present that to the interviewer, and I am not going to say this exactly how it was on the screen, but something, like you selected male for sex assigned at birth, female for current gender identity. Is this correct? And I think there was also a note like, do not read this aloud to the respondent. And then, which is consistent with other sorts of soft checks within the MCPS questionnaire. And then they could proceed. We do, for self-administered questionnaires, often have a soft edit that is shown to the respondent. But in this case, since they're all interviewer administered, for sensitivity reasons, we didn't, need to ask the respondent themselves to confirm. As of right now, we don't have any active plans to expand response options for sexual orientation or gender identity in the future. I would be very surprised if we don't eventually do that, but we are kind of continuing to keep our eye on what's happening in other federal surveys, the sorts of open-end response options that we get in specifically to the sexual orientation item. Do we notice any trends in response options that are coming in there that would signify, hey, we should add another response option to the sexual orientation item? I think those are the sorts of drivers that would facilitate our adding more response options to those questions.
Cool.
Thanks for that.
All right, so we're just about up at time. So last call for any questions. And I will also point out that regarding the logistics for the asynchronous message board focus groups, Jen Beck, who was, I suppose, the client as well as co-author with the Forest Marsh group, Jen from NSF, mentioned that it was selected for budgetary reasons. So not seeing any other questions in the chat or hands raised, so I will wrap it up. Another big thank you for our 4 presenters here. I do think, in hindsight, the sequel did, outperform the original. So good job, everybody. Very proud of you. And thank you all very much. Thanks for attending, and hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This session is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the session over to Ken Pick. Ken, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for the introduction. This is session 6B, reducing non-response. So if you don't want to be in this session, go to one of the other sessions. There's some other good sessions as well, but this is going to be a great session on non-response, which we all realize is an ongoing issue for all surveys. Our first speaker today is Ben Schneider. His presentation is going to be equipping state agency staff to analyze non-response bias in federal survey programs. Ben Schneider is a senior statistician at Westat with a master's in survey and data science from the Joint Program and Survey Methodology. He contributes to several large-scale federal survey programs, including the Program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies and the National Assessment of Educational Progress. He has authored a number of open source software packages for survey statistics, and in recent years has become a co-author of the popular R Packages survey and also, I guess it's Survey SRVYR. His presentation today relates to his work for the IDEA Data Center led by Westat, which is funded by a grant from the Department of Education Office of Special Education Programs. And just a reminder, we'll do a Q&A at the end of this session. But if you have any questions as the speakers present, by all means, please put your question in the chat and just address it to everyone. And we can have a robust Q&A session at the end of the presentations. Are you ready, Ben?
Yeah, thanks, Ken.
All right, thanks.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining this session. I'm here to talk about some recent work helping staff at state government agencies conduct non-response bias analyses for survey data that they collect as part of a distributed federal program. Let's begin by briefly considering the role of non-response bias analysis in the federal statistical system. As we're all aware, response rates for most federal survey programs are continuing to decline over time. And while this means that there's increasingly more potential for non-response bias to occur, it's not always obvious that data quality in our survey is actually declining, since lower response rates for survey don't necessarily imply greater non-response bias. A survey with a low response rate can have little to no non-response bias, provided that there's no correlation between survey outcomes and response propensities. And for this reason, when federal statistical agencies report on the data quality of their products, it's become increasingly routine to not just report an overall response rate, but to conduct a non-response bias analysis and summarize its findings. Since 2006, there are official standards and guidelines requiring NRBAs put in place by the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, or specific agencies like NCES, and the principal statistical agencies have published hundreds of NRBA studies and summaries since then. While NRBAs are now fairly standard in the federal statistical agencies, it's important to keep in mind that there are many federal statistical data collection programs outside of the core agencies, and many rely heavily on state governments. The state agencies involved, there are several challenges that can arise when trying to make NRBAs routine practice. For one, state agencies can vary widely in the kinds of staff that are available to conduct an NRBA. One state might employ a dedicated survey statistician, while another might not have any staff who are trained in survey methods or have ever conducted an NRBA. Program staff are often expected to wear multiple hats, serving as not only a data analyst, but also the questionnaire designer, the web survey programmer, the tech support contact, and so on. And given all those expectations, the staff might not have the bandwidth to learn the statistical programming that's required to use best practice tools and software such as R or Stata. All this is useful context for the work that we'll focus on today, which is supporting state data collection specifically related to the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, referred to as IDEA. Within the Department of Education, the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, is responsible for evaluating states' performance in fulfilling the requirements of IDEA. To measure performance, OSEP established specific enumerated performance indicators. For example, I've included one IDEA indicator here, which is the percent of parents of school-age students with disabilities who report that the school facilitated parent involvement as a means of improving services and results for children with disabilities. States are responsible for producing these indicators and are expected to collect the data, analyze it, and report it to OSEP while adhering to requirements for data quality. And beginning in 2022, OSEP now requires states to report a non-response bias analysis accompanying some of these indicators, along with other longstanding quality measures such as response rates. OSEP helps states build the necessary capacities through its funding of national technical assistance centers, such as the IDEA Data Center, or IDC, which helps states produce and use IDEA data. IDC helps states fulfill the new NRBA requirements in a number of ways. In particular, two broad areas of support that we'll focus on today are providing training on NRBAs and providing specialized software for conducting NRBAs. Let's talk a little bit about what kind of training needs to be provided for an NRPA. First, we have to establish the basic concepts involved, imparting clear working definitions for the concept of response rates, representativeness, and non-response bias. And note, put an asterisk next to representativeness because that's a concept with ambiguous meanings in different contexts. But with these definitions established, we can then build an understanding of the basic factors that drive non-response bias, which are first, underrepresentation or overrepresentation of population subgroups among respondents, and second, differences in key survey outcomes across these population subgroups. Typically, we try to reinforce this using some examples that are immediately familiar to state agency staff. For instance, in surveys measuring post-school outcomes for individuals with disabilities, states frequently find that high school dropouts are substantially underrepresented among survey respondents and substantially less likely to be competitively employed or enrolled in higher education compared to other individuals with disabilities. So there's clearly a non-response bias problem with respect to their underrepresentation. Once states understand the importance of both these factors, underrepresentation and differences in outcomes, we lay out analyses that address each of these factors in turn. For example, to assess whether groups are underrepresented or overrepresented, a simple analysis would be to compare respondent distributions to full sample or population distributions. And to assess whether groups differ in survey outcomes, states can compare survey outcomes among different groups, either in the respondent data or using some other data source, such as historic survey data. An important part of training is identifying which analyses can be done given the data available, and then preparing that data for analysis. And finally, at the end of the analysis, training is useful to help report the analysis that can clearly be understood by OSEP and other stakeholders. Along with this general training, IDC also guides users through the analysis process with help of a custom application we refer to as the IDC NRPA app, which I'll talk about in some more detail. The IDC NRPA app is an interactive point-and-click application used to analyze non-response bias specifically in the context of assessing data quality of IDEA indicators. Analysts access it through their preferred web browser, such as Google Chrome, but they rely on the statistical software R to do all the computation. The software runs locally on their computer, keeping their confidential survey data secure and on-premise. Because the app relies on R, it has access to best practice methods for analyzing survey data, and we were able to publish the app as free open source software. A key reason for using a custom application is it can guide users through the analysis process, which can otherwise be a bit overwhelming. And so we structured the NRBA app to lead the analyst through a series of analyses that address the key questions that an NRBA can address, which I've listed here. We start with addressing response rates and representativeness. Then we consider variation in survey outcomes. And if time permits, we look at whether statistical adjustments could potentially reduce non-response bias. In addition to guiding analysts through analysis questions, the application is structured into modules that guide the user through setting up their data for analysis, conducting analysis types, and then saving the results of analyses in an Excel report that they can use when writing up their findings. Throughout the application, there's ample documentation in the form of descriptive text, hover over tooltips, and an accompanying user guide link to the app. We'll take a look now at how this all appears to the user. Here, we've opened the application in Google Chrome, and we're looking at its welcome page. It provides a broad overview of what the app can do and how it's structured. To get started, the user selects the first module at the top of the page, the Setup module. In the Setup module, the first step shown at left is to import a data file to use. Here, we've loaded in an Excel file containing survey data, which is previewed on the left. The next step is to try to identify important information about how the data were collected, using the prompts on the right side of the page. For example, we've specified that the data are a survey sample, that response status is identified by the variable named response status. And at the bottom of the page, we've specified that the data includes sampling weights and a variable named sampling weight. And if we scrolled further down, we'd be asked about whether there are other important features like stratification or clustering. All of this information is used to make sure that we can correctly do things like calculate response rates or produce valid statistics like confidence intervals or p-values. And with that out of the way, we can proceed to the analysis module. The analysis module is structured to guide the user through key questions we can address in a non-response bias analysis, starting with what are our response rates and do they differ across subgroups? For each question, we have specific analyses we can conduct. We'll start with the first analysis which is calculating response rates by subgroups. The application shows us a text overview of what the analysis does and what options the user needs to consider when conducting the analysis. Here, we've selected to calculate response rates for categories of the variable student race using a recommended response rate formula. Here we can see the response rates for different student race ethnicity categories, clearly seeing that parents of Hispanic or Latino students, highlighted here, have a much lower response rate of 31.9% compared to other groups, whose response rate is generally above 60%. Skipping forward a bit, we move on to addressing the question of whether survey outcomes differ across subgroups. We'll compare outcomes across subgroups focusing on student race. From this analysis, we can see the responses to the survey's key question, which is an agree or disagree question, are very different across groups. Parents of Hispanic or Latino students are much less likely to agree with the key survey question compared to other parents. So it's clear that there's likely non-response bias caused by the underrepresentation of parents of Hispanic and Latino students, since these parents have different survey outcomes than other groups. Finally, after conducting these analyses, we go to the report module. Here we have a list of the analyses we've conducted, and we can save the results to an Excel report. And here we see the same table of response rates we looked at in the app, but saved it in a formatted Excel file that the analyst can refer to later when writing up a summary report. And here's an example of the kind of reporting that state can make based on this NRBA. In a summary of findings, the state would note that there's clear evidence of non-response bias, since parents of Hispanic and Latino students have lower response rates and differ substantially in how they respond to key survey outcomes. Based on these findings, the state can identify strategies to improve data quality, such as including Spanish and survey outreach materials, and they can also identify interventions to reduce disparities in parent involvement for parents of Hispanic or Latino students. I'll wrap up by highlighting some key lessons learned when helping state agency staff. When it comes to training, we found it's essential to emphasize that non-response bias isn't just about response rates. It's important to think about variation in the outcomes that the survey is supposed to measure. In addition, we have to keep in mind that statistical analysis is often just one small part of staff's responsibilities. And so we might need to provide some refreshers or introductions to general statistical concepts, like how to interpret significance tests. And we found that specialized software can be a big help, providing a clear path through a complex process. And when we use modern open source tools like R, we can develop applications that provide access to best practices without requiring users to know how to program or pay any licensing fees. In addition, by developing a custom application, we can help the analyst out tremendously by building in reasonable defaults or clear recommendations for things like which formula to use for response rate calculations, for example. That said, we're still learning a great deal from user feedback about how to better support them. For the application, we're working to further simplify the choices that users are expected to make. And we're also working to simplify access, making it run 100% in the web browser so that users don't have to run through the process of installing software like R or RStudio on their computer. And when it comes to training, we're working to provide more guidance on how to summarize NRBA results. And we're developing short video tutorials for each analysis type. So I'd like to thank you all for your time today. And I'm happy to share, to hear any comments, suggestions, or questions you might have. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Ben. I already have some questions for you, but I'll save them until the end. Okay, our next presentation is by Kristen Brown. So Kristen, if you want to go ahead and get your slides up. Her presentation's title, Expanding Interview Window Times and Effects on Trends for Survey Outcomes. Kristen Brown is a research statistician with education and statistics and economics. She has been working with NSDUH data since joining RTI International over 10 years ago. And Kristen enjoys navigating the challenges of large-scale table production of survey results, including how survey changes impact comparability and reporting of survey results. Okay, take it away, Kristen.
Okay, can you see my slides and hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, as mentioned, today I'll be discussing how expanding interview window times affects trends for survey outcomes. And this analysis is conducted on the data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, referred to as the NSDA. This presentation is sponsored by RTI International. Any views expressed in the presentation do not necessarily reflect the official position or policies of SAMHSA or the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So now that disclaimer is out of the way, a quick outline of the presentation today. There's 7 main parts. I'll first give some general background information on the NSDA survey and details on the changes in mode of administration. Then I'll cover the data used to run the analysis, including limitations. Then we'll discuss demographic comparisons, outcome comparisons, and modeling results between 2 respondent groups. And then I'll wrap it up with some key takeaways. What is NSDA? NSDA is an annual national survey that provides national, state, and sub-state data on substance use and mental health in the civilian non-institutionalized U.S. population age 12 or older. NSDA covers all 50 states and DC. Data are collected from January through December each year, resulting in about 200,000 household screenings and 67,500 interviews annually. Prior to 2020, NSDA was strictly an in-person survey. With the data collection challenges presented during COVID, NSDA added a web mode option. That option has been retained moving forward, and NSDA is now a multi-mode survey. All respondents have the option of responding via the web, and questionnaire content is the same for both web and in-person versions. The distribution of web and in-person interviews varies by quarter, but the proportions are expected to stabilize at around 30% of the interviews being completed via the web and 70% completed in person. Prior to the 2023 survey, once a respondent started the survey on the web, they had to complete the questionnaire within 24 hours or the answers would be reset. That is, the respondent would have to start over if they went back to the questionnaire site. Starting in 2023, this completion window was extended so that respondents had up to 4 weeks to complete the survey before answers were reset. So then the question follows, does this change in the response window affect comparability of survey outcomes to prior years? So moving forward in this presentation, I'll label those respondents who completed within the first 24 hours of initiating the survey as early responders. And then those respondents who completed the survey between 24 hours and 4 weeks of initiating will be referred to as late responders. So the analysis I'm going to discuss today is based on data collected from January 2023 to June 2023. So that's the first 6 months of the 2023 NSDA data collection period. During that time, roughly 37% of interviews were conducted via the web, and the remaining 63% were conducted via in-person data collection. So we're going to focus on those interviews that were conducted via the web, that 37%. Now, because this analysis that we have done is based on just that first 6 months of data, final edited and imputed data isn't available. That is, all analysis was conducted using raw data and preliminary weight variables. So it also follows that that does sort of limit the sample size, especially for late responders. So from that 37% of interviews that were conducted via web, we had roughly 13,500 total respondents, but less than 600 of those fall in that late responders group. So as a first step to explore the difference between early responders and late responders, or if there was a difference at all, was to compare the distributions of key demographic and geographic domains between the groups. So the ones that we chose to look at included age group, Hispanicity, race, ethnicity, income level, health insurance, sex, region, and county type. So unweighted chi-square test of differences were conducted to determine if there were statistically significant differences in the distributions for these domains. So we found differences in the age group variable, race, ethnicity, income, and then 2 of the health insurance options. So Medicaid and CHIP and private health insurance. So the next 3 slides just go a little bit deeper and take a closer look at the distributions of age group, race, ethnicity, and income. So this first slide is for the age group distributions. There are 3 levels for age group: 12 to 17, 18 to 25, and 26 or older. So we see that the percentage of 18 to 25-year-olds is approximately the same between early responders and late responders. However, we see a larger percentage of respondents age 26 or older in the late responders group compared to that early responders group. Conversely, we see a smaller percentage of respondents age 12 to 17 in the late responders group compared to that early responders group. All right, now to look at race ethnicity distributions. So the chi-square test I mentioned, they were conducted on a 7-level race variable. These graphs group 2 of those levels together just to make it a little less busy. So they're grouping the not Hispanic American Indian or Alaskan Native and the not Hispanic Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander levels together. So when we're comparing the 2 groups, we see a smaller percentage of not Hispanic whites in the late responders group compared to that early responders group. And then on the other hand, we see larger percentages of Hispanic and not Hispanic, Black, or African American in the late responders group compared to the early responders. All right, and the last one that we'll look at is for our income level. And we looked at a 4-level income variable. So the levels are less than 20,000, 20 to 50,000, 50 to 75,000, and greater than or equal to 75,000. And this is for household income, not person level. So we see smaller percentages of respondents with a household income of greater than or equal to 75,000 in the late responders group. And then we see higher percentages of respondents with a household income of less than 20,000 and 50 to 75,000 in the late responders group compared to the early responders group. So to this point, we've seen differences when we compare demographic and geographic domains. Then we've also, so we're going to look at outcome comparisons. So for select substance use outcomes, the percentage of users was calculated within each group, and then t-tests were used to compare the percentage estimates between the groups. In this slide and the next slide, statistically significant differences are bolded in the last column of the table. So we compared estimates for illicit drug use, marijuana use, alcohol use, cigarette use, and prescription pain reliever misuse. For each of those substances, we looked at a couple of different recency periods. For the first one, illicit drug use, recencies considered were lifetime use, past year use, and past month use. And then we see significant differences between early responders and late responders for both past year and past month use. And in both cases, you can see that the late responders have a higher prevalence rate than the early responders. For marijuana use, we examined lifetime, past year, and past month as well. And all 3 of those were found to be significantly different between the 2 groups. Alcohol, we have those same 3 recencies again, but we added in past month binge alcohol. And there, the only one that was statistically significant was past year use. And the last 2, we have cigarette use. And again, we went back to those 3 recencies of lifetime, past year, and past month use. And both past year and past month were significantly different from each other. And then that last one, prescription pain reliever misuse, we looked at past year misuse and past month misuse. And we see that past year misuse was significantly different between early and late responders. So we know that demographic distributions are different, and then we saw differences in the outcome. So then our next question became, can we explain those differences in outcome by the demographic differences that we're seeing between early and late responders? So we did weighted logistic regressions to explore this question. We fit individual models for each of the outcomes discussed on the previous 2 slides. Then we used a pared down set of demographic and socioeconomic variables as covariates. So we used race, ethnicity, income, a yes/no indicator for if they had any form of health insurance, sex, region, and county type, and then age group. Now, in addition to those demographic and socioeconomic variables, we also included an indicator for the respondents group. So if they were either an early responder or a late responder. After controlling for those demographic and socioeconomic covariates, the respondents group variable was significant for the following outcomes: illicit drug use in lifetime past year and past month, marijuana use in the past year, alcohol use in the past year, cigarette use in the past year, and in the past month. So that means the respondents' characteristics aren't fully explaining the differences in the outcomes that we're seeing between early responders and late responders. And I'll note that the models didn't converge for the prescription pain reliever misuse due to small counts for some of the covariates. So what are our takeaways? First, less than 5% of the web respondents completed after 24 hours, but within that 4 hours. So it doesn't seem like we gained a lot from expanding the response window. Second, the demographic distributions differed between early and late responders. As discussed earlier, late responders had higher concentrations of respondents aged 26 or older, higher concentrations of Hispanic respondents and non-Hispanic Black respondents, and higher concentrations of respondents with a household income of less than $20,000 and respondents with a household income of between $50,000 and $75,000. Many of the outcomes that we tested differed between early and late responders as well. So as a reminder, we saw that late responders were more likely to have used illicit drugs, marijuana, cigarettes in the past year, and they're more likely to have misused prescription pain relievers in the past year. In the past month, late responders are more likely to have used illicit drugs, marijuana, and cigarettes. And then when we did the modeling, so after we controlled for those demographic characteristics, we still saw differences in some outcomes. So what are the implications for the 2023 NSDA data? So we completed sensitivity analysis, and that suggests that the number of late responders isn't large enough to significantly alter the national estimates. That will be reevaluated with the full year of data soon. And then the 2023 data products for NSDA are going to continue to trend estimates based on combined data from early responders and late responders. And the more general implications is that when we are looking at changing the response timeframe on surveys, if that is something we attempt to kind of reduce non-response, then we really need to perform sensitivity analysis because we are seeing that there are differences in how people are responding, whether they're a late responder or an early responder. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kristen. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to put your questions in the chat. There's also the opportunity to do, to ask your question too at the end. Our next presentation here is by Emily Wickman. Her presentation is titled Sometimes or Late is Not the Same as Never, Health Survey Panelist Response. Emily is a second-year Master's of Public Health student in Applied Epidemiology at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Originally from Mobile, Alabama, Emily earned her Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences with minors in Chemistry and Sociology from the University of Alabama in Huntsville in 2020. Following her undergraduate studies, Emily was a post-baccalaureate fellow at the NIH's Institute of Aging. She participated in the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene EPI Scholar Program, evaluating potential non-response bias in panel survey data. With her background and commitment to public health, Emily is dedicated to driving evidence-based policy changes that promote health equity and improve population health outcomes. You ready to present, Emily?
Yes, thank you so much.
All right.
All right. Thank you all. Good afternoon. I'm Emily Wickman, and I undertook this project while I was an EPI scholar the summer of 2023 at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. My presentation is titled Sometimes or Late is Not the Same as Never, Health Survey Panelist Response. And this is in collaboration with my preceptors, Ashimna Bolanath and Stephen Immervar at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. So for this presentation, I'll first provide an overview of the project's background, and next we'll outline our methodology. Then I'll move on to share some of our results and end with providing a summary and conclusions that can be drawn from our research and provide next steps and recommendations for future research. Now let's look at the project's background. The New York City Health Panel, a probability-based panel of approximately 13,000, adult New Yorkers recruited from multiple probability-based frames, conduct regular surveys that have been provided critical citywide information on COVID-19 information, social determinants of health, mental health, vaccine access and confidence, neighborhood wellness, food access, security, and other important health issues. Our enrolled panelists receive up to 10 survey invitations per year by email, text message, or mail, and can complete surveys either online or by phone. Non-response occurs when panelists did not respond to one or more of subsequent survey invites or invitations after panel impanelment. Although survey weights partially correct for this underrepresentation and provide somewhat unbiased estimates, it is critical that our method of soliciting survey responses from panelists and engaging them effectively maintains high response propensities across sociodemographic characteristics. This ensures that all New Yorkers are represented in our survey estimates, and therefore what is valuable to us is to know the potential of bias of estimates due to this survey non-response. A lag time of panelists responding earlier or later during a fielding period can inform whether fielding period can be adjusted to ensure better representativeness in the panel and reduce bias. Prior to our analysis, we reviewed 29 studies and 11 reports to evaluate best practices. Of the 40 articles in total, 16 were specifically on panel surveys. Non-respondents have a default consideration of homogeneous, which studies have disproven. Early and late respondents are used to evaluate and profile of non-respondents, and these categorizations rely on when survey participants were invited, reminders administered, or when one responded. And studies have also shown from this review in many cases to consider non-response follow-up and refusers as late rather than non-respondents. As such, our objective of our study is to assess whether there is any potential bias in New York City Health Panel estimates stemming from panelist non-response. Our two research questions were, number one, what are the demographic and health characteristics of enrolled survey panelists that are associated with subsequent response or non-response to survey invitations? And number two, independent of demographics, what are the health characteristics of respondents in the first half of the field period, or early, compared to those that are in the second half, considered late? Furthermore, can late respondents be a proxy for never respondents? Now let's look at our methodology. We used 24 New York City Health Panel surveys, including the agency omnibus surveys, which are also known as the health opinion polls, fielded over a 2-week period versus other surveys fielded over a 1 month, such as the COVID-19 surveys in 2020 through 2021, the vaccine surveys, emotional wellness, social determinants of health, energy insecurity, food insecurity, panel retention, long COVID, and sexual health surveys. Variables analyzed were demographics such as education, age, gender, race and ethnicity, household poverty, nativity status, borough, home ownership, household size, number of adults, number of children under 18, marital status, employment status, household and survey language, contact mode of the survey, and then insurance status. In addition, we use the CDC's 4 core health-related quality of life measures, commonly referred to as the Healthy Days measures. These include the general health, physical health, mental health, and impacted activity days. Analysis was performed including chi-square tests of independence and multivariable logistic regression. The New York City Health Panel registrants, invites, and responses with contact information included 13,022. Missing, improbable, and outliers were excluded from the data set and were, for example, mailed response with no finish date. Withdrawals were not included for eligibility criteria, and refusals or panelists who were enrolled but never responded for limited reasons were considered a non-respondent. Respondents are determined by invite and response variables. Early respondent is considered as responded before the halfway point of the fielding period. So for the health opinion poll surveys, that would be the 2-week fielding period versus other surveys that would be the 4-week fielding period using completion dates. Late respondent is considered a responded after the halfway point of those fielding periods. And then response propensity categories are defined as often or most, which is more than 50% responses, sometimes 50% or fewer responses, and never, which is a non-respondent to survey invites. This chart shows the distribution of panelists' response propensity, with about 1/5 of panelists never being or non-respondents and 4/5 or 80% being respondents. Of the respondents, more are categorized as sometimes respondents, defined as responding 50% or fewer survey invitations, and often defined as responding to more than 50% of survey invitations. Of the respondents, sometimes or often, they can further be categorized as early or late. So we looked at response propensity in 2 different ways. The first way was never versus ever responded, or non-respondent versus respondent, and the other way was using never, sometimes, or mostly/often. For each scenario, we used multiple demographics and 4 health measures at enrollment taken from the CDC's Healthy Days measures, the 4 core health-related quality of life questions, and obtained significant results. In the first scenario of respondent versus non-responding panelists, although chi-square tests showed significant differences between response and non-respondents across multiple demographics, except for the number of adults in the households, along with poor general health and poor physically healthy days in the past 30 days, when we used multivariable logistic regression models of never versus ever respondent with demographics and 1 health measure at a time, the results showed that only these demographics were significantly associated with non-response. In terms of health variables, independent of demographics, none of the health measures were significantly associated with non-response. In the second scenario, we used both chi-square tests as well as multivariable models of the ordinal variable never, sometimes, and often with demographics and 1 health measure. The chi-square results showed that there is a significant difference in propensity groups. The multivariable ordinal logistic regression showed that gender, race/ethnicity, household poverty, education, language, contact mode were consistently significant demographic associations with response propensity. However, of the 4 health measures, general health and impacted activity days were significantly associated with response propensity independent of demographics. Those reporting better health and fewer impacted activity days were more likely to respond to subsequent invitations. Over the past 30 days of poor physical health days and days of poor mental health were not associated with response independent of demographics. When looking at response in terms of response lag time or early versus late in both 2 and 4-week surveys, we can see that 66% of our respondents are early and 34% are late, which is the same by survey type, omnibus surveys and the focus panel surveys. For early versus late estimates, we looked at the respondents as individuals across surveys, totaling 38,295. Chi-square results showed significant differences between early and late respondents across multiple demographics and health measures. Being a late respondent in a survey was significantly associated with multiple demographics and independently worse general health, more days of poor mental health, and more impacted activity days. On the other hand, being late in a 4-week survey was significantly associated with multiple demographics, worse general health, more days of poor physical health, more days of poor mental health, and more impacted physical activity days. Our study has some limitations. Firstly, response timing and environmental events. Secondly, for panel surveys, the maximum field period was 4 weeks. This result is not generalizable to other field lengths. Another thing is that most of our respondents are English language panelists, and they respond to surveys primarily in English. And then lastly, our multivariable models were not strong in terms of model fit and exposure variables predicting the outcome variable. Nonetheless, in summary, at impalement, never respondents reported worse general health and had more physically unhealthy days. In addition, independent of demographics, good health at impanelment was positively associated with subsequent response. We can therefore conclude that weighting on demographics might not be sufficient to address a healthy response propensity bias in panel surveys. Additionally, even in 4-week surveys, late respondents had significantly worse health compared to early respondents. This therefore means that longer fielding periods may be needed for unbiased health estimates. So, potential next steps and recommendations. Some potential next steps first include adding health measures or general health status to existing non-response adjustments. Number 2, to use inverse probability weighting with propensity models, including health measures, and 3, comparing those resulting estimates. So we therefore recommend panel surveys that ask about health should consider asking general health status at impalement and registration, and overall, our potential healthier response bias overall and over the both fielding periods. So I want to say thank you for your engagement in this presentation, and should you have any inquiries regarding this project, I'm more than willing to provide explanations and discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And again, if you have any immediate questions that you can think, thinking about in regards to Emily's presentation, feel free to put it into the chat. There'll be an opportunity here in about probably 15 to 20 minutes for us to have a Q&A. All right. Our final presentation here is by Cindy Vardis. Her presentation is a survey of unpaid time, a first non-response bias study since the pandemic. Cindy obtained a master's degree in statistics from the University of Montreal in 2007. She has been working at Statistics Canada for more than 16 years, and while at Statistics Canada, she has acquired diversified experiences throughout the years while being involved on the methodology side of, this is of interest to me, energy surveys, since I work for EIA, as well as having done extensive work on data collection, mainly for social surveys and census operations. In April of 2022, she took over the responsibility of being the chief of the Research and Innovation section at Statistics Canada and carried out various research projects to improve the way they conduct and manage data collections. Her team has conducted research on several collection initiatives, and this particular non-response bias study described in this presentation is a good example of the experience held to react to challenges faced with declining response rates for social surveys. All right, take it away.
Thank you. So I'll share my presentation now. I'll put it in a presentation mode. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So like Ken explained, today I'll talk about the survey on unpaid time, which is the first Statistics Canada's non-response bias study since the pandemic. So I'll start by providing a bit of context for social surveys. Then I will really briefly describe the survey that has been selected for this non-response bias study. I will then provide the objective of the study. And to explain some of the results obtained, I will highlight the differences between the collection strategies for the main survey, which is the general social survey on time use, and the non-response bias study, which is the survey on unpaid time. I will then provide collection results and very basic results for our analysis. And I will finish with lessons learned and what we still need to figure out for our future plans for this. So like in many other countries, we've seen declining response rates in social surveys in Canada. In the past, of course, the main focus would always put on the variance, but more and more questions are raised now about potential bias. And the options to evaluate potential bias for our surveys are limited. For some surveys, it is possible to link to other sources of information, admin data sometimes, when some key variables are included in our previous census, the 2021, when it's also an option to use this as an evaluation, or at least like to have try to see like if there could be potential bias. But for most of our surveys, this is not an option. So a non-response follow-up study becomes the best option for some surveys, and it was the case for the General Social Survey on Time Used. So this is a survey that is held every 5 to 7 years. The last iteration was in 2022. So it gathers data on how Canadians use their time in a day. And of course, we're trying to monitor changes over time, especially around some of the key variables that we have, so the paid and unpaid work and personal care. For your information, each unit has a reference day for which they need to report their activities through a 24-hour diary. And historically, a recall period of 48 hours was allowed to respond to the survey. So we didn't get the results expected for the survey. So that's why we tried a non-response bias study. So what we wanted to have, of course, was to get some information on non-respondents, especially about the socio-demographic characteristics, but also evaluate their responses to some, 2 or 3 key variables that we had. And we wanted to compare that with respondents. However, we went with a very small sample size. Only 400 non-respondents from GSS Time Use were selected for this non-response bias study because it was really seen as a pilot. We didn't know what to expect, right? So we wanted to see what it would give us. So of course, it will be used to get an idea of potential bias, but the sample size is too small to even try to correct it. And one of the things that we still need to do is to have a cost-benefit analysis. So given the declining response rates we've had in the last few years, and especially since the pandemic, our total sample size for social surveys have increased a lot. And of course, it's also increasing the burden on Canadians. So something we would like to look at is, if we plan for a non-response bias study for some of these surveys, could we start with a smaller sample size, but really launch that non-response study if need be? So this is something we still need to figure out. So like I said, to explain some of the results obtained, I'm going to compare the collection strategy. So GSS Time Use, as a reminder, is the main survey. Survey of unpaid time was our non-response bias study. So the objective for the main survey, really, we want to evaluate time use, right? So we need a good representation of all the days during the year. So when we thought about the collection strategy, we wanted really something that would maximize the chances that a person completes the survey on the specified date chosen. And I work in collection, and in terms of collection purposes, this is not necessarily the best strategy, the one that we use for a very high response rate, but it was required for the topic. And for the non-response bias study, well, we really tried to maximize the chances to get a response. And if we were not able to get a response, we at least wanted to have a confirmation of the dwelling status. So is it occupied, unoccupied, or out of scope? In terms of collection dates, what we had for the main survey, it was held during a whole year, and we had like 12 waves of about a month. For the survey of unpaid time, SUT, it happened like a couple of months later, and it was held during 8 weeks. And especially the main collection was held during 6 weeks from November 6th to December 17th. But then we went back on the field at the end of January just to confirm the status of a couple of dwellings between 20 and 30 where the status was not clear. In terms of complexity, GSS Time Use is a very complex survey. Like I mentioned, we have a diary with a 24-hour schedule, and it does last 45 minutes on average. It's a very tough sell. Two people don't really understand, although we try to make sure interviewers are equipped to try to explain that to the respondents. A lot of people just don't understand why we need to know every single hour of the day what they're doing, right? For SUT, we kept it simple. So it took less than 15 minutes to complete. We only had 34 questions. Some were basic household demographics. We had some of the key variables too related to unpaid work, care, and health, and some questions related to the main activity and education. In terms of the collection modes, so for the initial collection modes, for the main survey, we had self-response, but not for all the units. So what I mean by self-response is really people are able to go online and they can fill out the survey themselves using an electronic questionnaire, so what we call EQ. For about 69% of the sample, we had an email address. So we sent them an email invitation on the day where they were selected to respond. And we had 2 or 3 email reminders depending on the wave. For the dwellings where we didn't have an email address and no phone number, we sent a letter invitation when we had a mailable address. So that's about 8% of the sample. And in the email invitation and the letter invitation, we had instructions for people that would tell them how to go online, and they had a secure access code to be able to fill out the survey themselves. However, for about 23% of the sample, they didn't have the chance to complete the survey by themselves. So we really used computer-assisted telephone interviews. For them, an intro letter was sent to let them know that calls would follow. For survey, the SUT, the non-response follow-up, we went with something completely different. So we sent an intro letter by mail with instructions to answer online whenever possible. So that was for about 89% of our sample. So the strategy we use is a little more typical for what we would do for other social surveys. And then we didn't have the constraints related to the days themselves. So we sent 2 letter reminders, and depending on the contact information available, we would send 2 email and or 1 SMS reminder. For the remaining 11%, we went with computer-assisted personal interviews. Of course, if we had a phone number, we would try this first, but otherwise, like in-person visits were done. For a non-response follow-up for our main survey, we really went with CADI. So the first wave, maybe the first 2 waves, we had only 1 week of CADI, but we realized that was not sufficient. So we went with 2 weeks for the remaining waves. And just for your information, to facilitate the management of CADI cases, we divided the sample into 2. So we had the weekday sample and the weekend samples for this. For SUT, we really went with CAPI. So of course, if we had a phone number for the cases, we would try phone calls first. So at different times of the day and during different days too. But otherwise, we would do personal visits. And since it was like a small sample, we tried to coordinate these visits with other surveys on the field. So what did we get for SUT, for that non-response bias study? We have a final response rate of 69.3%. So this was still far from the target that was at 85%. However, like I said, it was seen as a pilot because we didn't know what to expect. So for us, this is really a success, right? And among the 69% of respondents who did that, we had like 35% who completed using EQ, so by self-response, and 65% with an interviewer, so either by phone calls or visits. We still had a few refusals, so at least 59 cases had a first refusal, so this is about 15% of our sample, but we were able to convert 14 of them. So our conclusion was that, of course, there will always be a certain proportion of the population who refuses to answer Statistics Canada surveys, but we saw that when a different collection strategy is used and also a shorter questionnaire, we can get good results with a non-response bias study. In terms of characteristics of the non-respondents, what we saw was not surprising. So in SUT, we had like a larger proportion of younger people who were reached, a higher proportion of men, and also a larger proportion of people with lower level of education. One thing to note is that the personal interviews, they really allowed better defining an in-scope or out-of-scope status for the sampling unit. So this is key for us. And like I already mentioned, the sample size was too low to really measure the bias itself, but that's okay. We knew it because it was seen as a pilot. And finally, what are the lessons learned and what do we have to plan for the future? Well, first of all, we think that this proved the feasibility of non-response bias studies. And we saw that it's possible to develop and launch a new non-response survey very quickly. But of course, if we are going to do this more often, we need to define a framework for this type of study. So first of all, when should we implement these type of studies? What would be the criteria to determine if we go with a study like this or not? As you saw, we had a couple of months between the end of collection for the main survey and the beginning of collection for the non-response bias study. So how can this be incorporated in our regular survey process so that we can go faster if there's a need to have such a study? And we also need to define the parameters of such studies. For example, the sample size, and my colleagues in methodology will help us with that. But we need to see, what would we need to measure incorrect bias in key estimates of a survey, because that would be the plan in the future. Something to note is that it took a certain time for the survey to try to determine what would be like the key indicators, the questions we wanted to have in the non-response follow-up study. So it would need to be planned very early in the process of the survey to determine, which key indicators we have and what would be the questions that we would ask to measure them, like in both surveys. And something I already mentioned a couple of times, we know that CAPI is crucial. It helps with defining the dwelling status. However, of course, it's more expensive. So that's why that cost benefit analysis, will be very important. So this is what I had today. Of course, there will be a period of questions, but you have our contact information here. And just to let you know, Marie-Hélène and Geneviève are among the participants today to help me answer some of the questions. They're the ones I'm more responsible for collection, but they're the ones who did the analysis. So thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Maybe we give an applause to all of our speakers. And now it's time for Q&A. So I do see that there are a few questions that are in the chat. So it looks like Tashima has a question for Ben. When you refer to response rate, is that simply the participation rate, or does it take into account dispositions? 1 second. The chat just jumped. Dispositions other than eligibility and completes.
Sure, I can answer that. So what we're referring to is generally one of the standard APOR response rate formulas, like RR3. It's supposed to measure like the percent of eligible sample persons who ultimately respond to the survey. So you take into account like how many unknown eligibility cases there are in your sample and ineligible cases. You make some sort of educated guess about how many of those unknown eligibility cases are actually eligible. So we give some options for doing that, like using the APOR response rate 3 and using the like kind of observed eligibility rate in your sample. It's kind of a subtle choice, and that's something that states actually often have a lot of confusion about. Like, what's up with these unknown eligibility cases? Why does it matter? So this is a particular area where we tried to provide some clear defaults and clearly recommended options. So we say like we really recommend using response rate 3 and using the empirical like response rate, empirical eligibility rate within the groups you're trying to analyze, like within race ethnicity categories. Because yeah, that's a point of confusion for a lot of folks. So thanks for your question, Tashima.
Thank you, Ben. It looks like Tashima has another question for Kristen. Maybe I missed it, but what informed your choice in the cutoff of what constitutes early versus late?
Yeah, sure. So prior to 2023, respondents only had a 24-hour window to respond. So the goal was to see if that change in window would affect comparability, because the 2023 NISDA data products will compare 2022 estimates to 2023. So that's how we determined that window.
Thanks, Kristen. So I guess moderator privilege here. I have a broad question, I think, for all the panelists if they're interested in maybe talking about this. But it seems like all the research you presented today has some sort of applicability to adaptive design. So basically it could be used as part of the data collection at some point, or looked at it differently. I was thinking about Ben's presentation. Maybe the states, if they could have like a live dashboard of those response rates coming in, they could, adjust their data collection strategies. Cindy, it seems, and you kind of touched on this at the end of your presentation, but it seems like maybe a shorter questionnaire of some sort could be a last ditch effort as part of the data collection. Do you guys want to maybe like talk about this or comment on, maybe where this research is going? Cindy, I saw your camera.
Yeah, well, I think you cut for me for a couple of seconds, so I'm not sure what you asked me. But in terms of adaptive design, this is something, well, first of all, we have some options like to try to prioritize cases in our collection system. So this is something we often do when we see that some domains of interest, that we don't have enough, or we're really close to having enough cases for dissemination, then sometimes towards the end of collection, we will make sure we have more attempts done for these cases, for example. But we're also looking at doing some adaptive design, maybe for some of our surveys, like the labor force survey in general, which has like 6 months of collection. So we know what happened in the previous month, so that can help have better maybe time slots, best time to call for some of these cases. So we're looking into it right now. I'm not sure what you asked because of what I missed, so I don't know if that answers the question.
It was more of a general question. Like, it seems like there's a lot of applicability to some of this research to adaptive design.
Yeah, we're still looking into it at Statistics Canada for sure.
Ben, did you want to say something?
Sure. I was gonna say, I think that there's a lot of what we're able to learn is kind of like on a survey cycle by cycle basis, not necessarily during the adaptive design phase, because you might only have the resources to do a full non-response bias analysis at the end of data collection. But I think monitoring response rates using things like these R indicator statistics that you can use during data collection, I think that's all really helpful, and also just a good analysis method at the end of the data collection period. There's work on other things kind of measures of non-response bias based on models. So predicting the outcome and trying to see how much bias you think there is. I think there's a lot of promise in that as kind of a very clear signal during data collection. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thanks, Ben. I actually have another question for you, Ben. You touched on this. I'm curious, what kind of additional training are you giving these folks out in the States? I would imagine a lot of the folks in the States doing the data collection may not have a survey methodology or statistical background. And it seems like you guys would want to give them additional context on what some of this stuff means. And I think you kind of briefly touched on it at the end of your presentation. Do you maybe want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the process of explaining non-response bias and these analysis methods to folks has been really eye-opening for me because you get a lot of really really questions about things like, what does it mean? Why do we care about repeated sampling? I just have this one sample. So they can be really philosophical kind of questions, or why do I care about a p-value? How am I supposed to interpret this? So we try to get everybody on the same page in terms of what are we talking about with bias, and we try and focus on practical significance of results while not ignoring the kinds of things that we care about statistical significance for. So we want like folks to, at the end of the day, say like, do I have a difference in response rates that's going to make a noticeable impact on non-response bias? Like, so we have to like talk about practical significance versus statistical significance. Just in general, how do you interpret significance tests and how do you use them effectively? So there's really like, we're covering a lot of ground in terms of just statistical concepts because people's backgrounds are really just so all over the place here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. It looks like another question just came in for Cindy from Ben. Ben, do you want to ask it or do you want me to read it?
Sure, I can ask. Yeah, so I was just wondering, Cindy, if from the pilot, if you learned anything about like how effective your kind of standard like non-response adjustments like ranking or weighting class adjustments might be. Like they're really cheap to do, but they're maybe not as robust as doing like a non-response follow-up study. So I was wondering.
Yeah, well, I was starting to answer. So I think from a social survey to another, it really varies because it depends on what's available on the frame and sometimes like some demographic estimates. So I'm thinking, for example, about some surveys that are using the last census, the long form census as their frame. So they have very rich information to do the non-response adjustments. For some others, like it's a little poorer. So I think it would vary also from a survey to another. I don't know if Geneviève or Marie-Hélène, you have, they're the methodologists. So I'm not sure about what's done for GSS in particular, if you want to add to it.
Yeah, so for time used, it's a dwelling-based survey, and on the frame there's very few information. So in terms of non-response adjustment, we were a little bit limited to what we could do, but we do calibration at the end by province, sex, and age. So there is something that is done. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that kind of like gives me a sense of what you're already doing. I'm kind of like just wondering like about like if maybe like I think a lot of the value of this kind of work that you're doing is that it can tell you what we're not already able to do with these kind of adjustments. So like the small sample size is a problem. I'm curious.
So I would also add that, we'll see that cost benefit analysis that we'll have, but for sure it brings us information on non-respondents that we might not have on some of our surveys like GSS. So it seems to be valuable, but now it's just like, is it worth given the cost, right? So we still have to assess that portion, but for sure it gives us like more information. For a lot of our surveys, I would say for social surveys, it gives us some information that we wouldn't have otherwise.
Any other questions? Well, if we have no additional questions, maybe the speakers could put their email addresses in the chat. And if, folks do think of some follow-up questions later on, they can email the speakers. But otherwise, we can give you guys back, I think about 15 minutes before the next break. So you can have a little extra long break. Thanks again to everyone for participating, and thanks again to our speakers. This is obviously an ongoing topic, so it's always very interesting to hear about the research that's going on. Thank you again and have a great day.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode until the question and answer period. This session is being recorded and may be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now, I'd like to turn the session over to John White. John, you may begin.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for that introduction. I wanted to introduce the final session that relates to record linkage and our cooperative agreement work between the census and various university partners. Each presenter will present for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have some time for questions at the end. But feel free to put questions in the chat, and the speakers will certainly try to respond as time allows. With that said, I wanted to turn it over to Raj from the University of Connecticut.
Thanks a lot, John. I'm going to talk about some novel algorithms for record linkage, and this is joint work with my collaborators, Bosek, Suleiman, Dio, Sani, Haas, Mathur, Park, Steers, Weinberg, and White. So I'd like to start by acknowledging my funding agencies, NSF and Census. So what is the record linkage? So I assume that everybody is familiar with this. So given multiple data sets, the problem is to cluster the records such that each cluster contains all the records of only one entity and no others. Of course, the applications are too many. To me, a record is a string of, or a collection of attributes, where each attribute is a string of characters. So here is an example of two data sets that we would like to link. Here is another example. So what are the challenges in record linkage? There could be all kinds of errors introduced, noisy data, data entry and OCR errors, missing values, swapping attribute values. In addition to these possible errors, there could also be challenges in the form of scalability, namely, if one uses a trivial algorithm for record linkage, I may have to compute the distance between every pair of records, which would take quadratic time. So therefore, one needs clever techniques to remove non-matches as much as possible. And so a general approach to record linkage could be stated as follows, namely, the first step I do is to define rules for deciding if two given records match or not. So once I define the rules for matching, then I can go ahead and implement the rules efficiently. So rules could be based on a notion of a distance. A rule could be as simple as if the distance between two records is within a certain threshold, then they match, otherwise they don't. So implementing the rules and finding all the matches in a reasonable amount of time can be aided by the idea of blocking. So the performance metrics for record linkage would normally include the runtime and as well as the linkage quality defined as the F1 score. So what is blocking? Blocking to me is to group the records such that for any two matching records, there will be at least one group in which they are placed together. So in this case, the distance computations have to be performed only among the pairs within individual groups. So for example, if there are, let's say M groups, each group is called a block, called G1 through GM. If I do the trivial algorithm, I will have to do n choose 2 distance calculations, where n is the total number of records I have in my input. Whereas if I do my blocking of the records into n blocks, then I only have to do GI choose 2 summed over I running from 1 to m distance calculations. So one can easily, for example, see if I have m equal to 10, then I can reduce the number of calculations by a factor of 10 nearly. And so the blocking can be either disjoint or non-disjoint. So meaning that the same record might be placed into multiple blocks, which is non-disjoint. On the other hand, if each record goes into only one block, then it is disjoint blocking. So the standard, one of the popular blocking techniques is the standard k-mer blocking, namely, I'll take every record, I'll look at every possible k-mer, and I'm going to generate blocks corresponding to every possible k-mer in my alphabet. And the record is going to be placed into all the blocks corresponding to the k-mers in that record. So in this case, clearly the blocking is non-disjoint, namely, if I have a record of length L, then the record is going to be placed into L minus K plus 1 blocks. So here is a simple example of a standard k-mer blocking. Let's say I have 2 records shown in the left. And what attribute am I going to use for blocking? It can be a single attribute or it could be a combination of attributes. So in this case, I'm just going to use one of the names, last name, as the blocking key. So in this case, the blocks look like the ones I show in the right-hand side. So there are 3 blocks corresponding to HUS, USK, and SKY. Now, how do we do record linkage? One of our approaches has been the following, namely, given a set of records, we identify identical clusters and only select one representative from each cluster, because this reduces the time nicely, and there is no need to keep multiple copies of the same record. And then we go ahead and perform blocking on the records. So as I said, a record is going to be placed in possibly multiple blocks. And then we do clustering within the individual blocks. So we define a graph where there is a node for every record, and there is an edge between two nodes if they are placed in the same cluster in at least one of the blocks. So once I throw the edges into the graph, I will find the connected components of the graph, and those are the clusters I'm going to output. So here is a novel blocking idea, so that I'm going to introduce. I'm going to call this a super blocking idea. So what is the idea? The idea is fairly simple, namely, let's say I have an alphabet of size S, and if I'm going to use Skamer-based blocking, the number of possible blocks is going to be S to the power K. Call the set of all of these blocks as a super block. Now, the idea of super blocking is as simple as the following, namely, I'm going to do a super block for corresponding to every starting letter. So blocking is done with respect to one or more of the attributes, as I said. So call the collection of these attributes as a blocking attribute. So the idea of super blocking is to have a super block for every starting character of the blocking attribute. So that's as simple as that. So for example, here I show an example. Let's say I have records whose blocking keys are shown in the left-hand table. So I have Kannan, Krista, Cannon, Krista, and Annan. So when you do super blocking, as I said, there is going to be a super block corresponding to every starting letter. So there is a super block corresponding to the letter A, and there is a super block corresponding to the starting letter C. And there is another super block corresponding to the starting character K. So these are the super blocks. Within the super blocks, I'm going to go and do my standard Kramer blocking. So I'll do my Kramer blocking and generate edges from every super block. I throw all of them into the same graph G and find the connected components of the graph and output, right? This is the idea. Now, one would expect on an average, if I assume that the starting letter is equally likely to be any of the characters in the alphabet, and if my alphabet is of size 26, then I would expect the sizes of the super blocks to be, divided by a factor of 26, namely, let's say the total number of, the total sizes of all the records in all the blocks, if I do standard Kramer blocking is capital N, then I would expect the super blocks to be of size N divided by 26. Therefore, I can expect to see a speed up of at most around 26, right? That's the basic idea. But of course, there are many issues that one has to be careful about, namely that, for example, let's say I have Johnson and Jackson. They share the same starting character, therefore they'll be placed into the same super block. On the other hand, if I have, Kannan with a K and Kannan with a C, since they don't have the same starting character, even though the distance between the two records is very small, they will be placed into two different super blocks, and then they will never be compared after that, right? So we consider several such cases, and then we have special algorithms to handle each one of them. And then finally, we come up with a very generic algorithm, namely, which is going to work for any case, whether they share the same first letter or not. If two records are within a certain threshold, they will always be identified as a match at the end. So I'm skipping all of details, given that I only have 15 minutes. So I'm just going to show some experimental results. So we used two different data sets. One was based on the Social Security death master file. The other was the so-called North Carolina voter data set, which is extremely corrupted. So here are some experimental results I'm going to show, namely, look at the first row, or let's say look at the third row, which says RLACL plus. If I use standard Kramer blocking, I'm going to spend 285 seconds. Whereas if you use RLACL plus with super blocking, you only spend 34 seconds. So you see there's quite a bit of a reduction in the runtime using super blocking. As another example, if I look at the the row, the last row and the one before, standard Kramer takes 1675 seconds, whereas the with super blocking, it only takes around 200 seconds. So you see close to an order of magnitude improvement in the runtime. As I said, the North Carolina water data set was extremely corrupted. In fact, there is a paper published by 3 German authors. They have been working on this problem for a long, long time, especially with the North Carolina water data set. And their algorithm took 2489 seconds. They call the algorithm CLIP. Whereas, their algorithm takes 5477 seconds, whereas our algorithm takes only 2489 seconds. And their F1 score was 87%, and our F1 score was slightly better, 87.34%. But they have written a series of papers improving the F1 score from one paper to the other, and only finally they were able to achieve the 87% F1 score. And they indeed point out that they have tried all kinds of techniques to improve the F1 score, and 87 is the best they could do. And we are able to beat it by a little bit, not so much. But on the other hand, the runtime is nicely improved by our algorithm. And we employ the super blocking idea. Now, I want to talk about one more topic before I know I have 3 or 4 minutes left. So the distance calculation, as I said, any clustering algorithm or any record linkage algorithm has to use the notion of a distance in order to decide if 2 records match or not. And there are many such distances people have identified: zero distance, Levenstein distance, Q-gram distance, and all kinds of distances, Hausdorff distance. So the performance of a record linkage algorithm is very much going to depend on the distance measure that is being used. And in fact, zero is one of the popular distances. In fact, it was introduced by Census, and I understand Census uses zero distance quite a bit. So here is what I did with respect to this problem. So the best known algorithm for computing the zero distance between 2 records or 2 strings of length L1 and L2 takes time quadratic in L1 and L2, meaning the best algorithm takes big of L1 times L2 time. So what we have come up with is a linear time algorithm, which takes only big of L1 plus L2. So it's a really nice improvement. So this improvement, there are 2 aspects to it. Namely, theoretically, we are able to show that it is a linear time algorithm. And moreover, we have tested the algorithm on different data sets. Since I don't have that much time, so to just define what is zero distance, let's say you have 2 strings of length L1 and L2, S1 and S2 are the 2 strings. How do I define the zero distance between them, or a zero similarity between them? It's defined as 1 over 3 times M over S1 plus M over S2 plus M minus T over M, where M is the number of character matches between the 2 strings, and T is the number of transpositions divided by 2. So this is how the distance is defined. And as an example, I have here 2 strings forming and misbegin. So one can calculate the different values, M, T, and S, and finally calculate the zero distance as 0.6. Now, I am skipping all the algorithm description because I don't have the time. Rather, I'm going to show you some experimental results on this. So we evaluated our algorithm on 2 different applications, namely record linkage is one application. Also, the biological domain, all the time they have to compare 2 sequences and decide how similar the 2 sequences are. For example, if they want to construct a phylogeny tree for different species, the first thing they do is they do pairwise similarity calculations, and based on that, they will construct the tree of life, right? So similarity is such an important measure in biological data as well. So our data, of course, our programs can be downloaded from GitHub. I'm going to show some pointers toward the end. And so, of course, we carried our experiments on this particular machine. So here are the results. So the first data set is with respect to the North Carolina water database that I talked about a little bit ago. The average length of the records ranged from 25 to 30. So data set 1, you can see that the linear time algorithm takes 476 seconds, whereas the quadratic algorithm takes 551. On data set 2, the linear zero takes 2579, whereas the quadratic takes only 2489, slightly better, only because the lengths of the records is not large enough. I will show you the other example. Here it is. These are the biological data sets. So we used, from NCBI, 4639 annotated genes of varying sizes. Here you see very clearly the difference between the 2 algorithms. So look at the first experiment. the linear takes 81 seconds, whereas the quadratic takes 26 seconds. And if you go to experiment 11, you see a similar kind of an improvement. So just in the interest of time, let me conclude. So we have presented a new blocking scheme called super blocking. This offers to improve the record linkage runtimes by an order of magnitude or better. And also we have talked about a linear time algorithm for computing zero similarity, whereas the previous algorithm take quadratic time. So I will stop with this. So I have two references for the two papers. The first result was presented in the IEEE Big Data Conference. The zero similarity was presented in the ISBRA 23 conference.
Great. Thank you so much, Raj, and thank you. That was such an informative talk for such a quick time. So
thank you so much, John.
And so the next speaker will be Xiaowei, and Xiaowei is from UALR, and actually he's going to kind of give a preview for the next 3 talks, and all of them are again related to record linkage, and again in a different way that we've been working with our cooperative agreement with Census. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Xiaowei Xu.
Thank you. All right. Okay, is the slides come out clearly? Okay, yes. So we all know large language model is the buzz today. And the question is, how can you use large language model for the benefit of business applications to be able to get the result in a trustworthy manner? So that is the topic today. I will show you how we develop a technology called Train Once, Apply Anywhere, which is revolution against any standard machine learning paradigm. And so I will use OmniMatch, a tool we developed using the technology today. So this is the work with my students. They are here, will present in the next 2 presentation. Okay, so large language model is very powerful. We use for different chat or applications, but the large language model has a limitation. It is very expensive, and the result hard to control. There's some vulnerability like a privacy hallucination issues. So how can we take advantage of a large language model for trustworthy business applications? That is what we did in this sponsored research. So the idea here is we will use open source or any large language model as the foundation. And then we transfer knowledge from the foundation large language model to the domain in combination with the domain specific data, domain specific knowledge. So in the end, we get a customized large language model just for this domain. And the domain means, for example, for the task of entity matching or data linkage, that is what we call domain. It's not about the domain here is more about the task, more about the business. So the technology we developed using the customized large language model for any downstream task, including entity match or record linkage. So we did an experiment using only one specific data for the training of the customized large language model, and then we use the trained customized large language model directly without any modification, without any update to different domains, including name, address, entities, publication record, and many other like product matches and so on and so forth. So I have a small video give you just some introduction of the tool, OmniMatch.
Hello everyone. This is a demo recording on entity matching solution called OmniMatch. Conventional methods of entity matching are mostly rule-based. We will perform the task manually for this demo and then compare the large language model-based solutions like ChatGPT and Omnimatch. First, let's manually compare the pair of records below. In record A, except first name, all other fields are either missing or do not match with the corresponding fields in record B. But with human judgment, we know this is a matching pair. Second, let's use ChatGPT to determine whether these two records refer to the same entity. Since ChatGPT is not adapted to the specialized task of entity matching, it gives us the incorrect answer. Finally, let's try Omnimatch. Like a human, Omnimatch matches the record pairs accurately. Dr. Xu architectured Omnimatch by customizing foundation large language models with the domain and organizational specific knowledge to perform the specialized task of entity matching. This revolutionary design leverages the language capabilities of LLM and, at the same time, prevents any potential vulnerability and ensures safety for the users. Now we know Omnimatch works perfectly for the name address entity matching task. Let's see if it can work in other domains without any training. These are the bird tracker records. We can say that two different bird watchers are more likely to have observed the same flock of birds. Let's check if Omnimatch can match them. It works perfectly again. How about various languages or a mixture of languages? Can Omnimatch work without any further tuning? Let's check it out. Once again, it works seamlessly for the exact address entity written in English and Spanish, but in a slightly different structure. Can it work for address entities written in a mixture of languages? In this case, we use a combination of Mandarin and English in record A and a different address in record B. This is the case of the same person with two addresses. Any rule-based system will not match them. Let's run Omnimatch. Omnimatch does the match again. When compared against any foundation large language model implementations, Omnimatch is highly accurate, efficient, cost-effective, fast, safe, and robust. It uses the revolutionary Train Once, Apply Anywhere framework developed by Dr. Xu. Omnimatch. Match anything. Hello, everyone.
Okay, as the video shows, Omnimatch is a tool that can be used from the box directly without any fine-tuning, any update to any domain. So we apply the tool to pseudo people data received from US Census, and we have a 1 million record choose file matched with 1 million record so-called hard to match file, where we have over 20% of missing values and other quality issues in the data. So here is a snapshot of the pseudo people data. And here's the result. As you can see, we got a very high accuracy, which is 97%. And the precision, as a matter of fact, is perfect. And the recall is 94%. And the F1 score is 96%. The runtime process over 1 million record. It takes 9.5 hours using A100, a GPU server from Nevada. So the question is, can that also be used directly without any fine-tuning update to real property data? So we got the data from Zillow, and there are 2,600 pairs. 1,300 are matches and 1,300 are not matches. All the data are extremely high in terms of noises and typos and other quality issues. So here again is a snapshot of the Zillow data. And the result shows, again, a high accuracy, which is 88%. And the precision is also close to perfect. It's about over 90%, 99%. And the recall is 77%, and the F1 score is 87%. The runtime to process 2,600 pairs takes about 80 seconds using the same server as I show you. And to conclude, we developed a train once, apply anywhere methodology, which can be used to develop any large language model-based solutions to the business, and which give us a trustworthy, reliable result. And one unique feature is that this methodology changed the traditional machine learning. You have to train a model every time when the domain or the data changes. You have a different shape in the data, or you have different type of data, and then the model has to be retrained or transferred using some fancy transfer learning technology. But here, the technology we developed basically allow us to use the model developed for the given task record linkage or entity matching directly to any domain without any modification whatsoever. So we have, again, using the technology as the platform, we want to work with anyone who need a customized, intelligent solution for the business. So this is the team. In addition to myself, I have two wonderful graduate students, Vivek and Xingqiu. They will present the next. We also have a website. Here is just the website. You can take a picture and then visit our website, which is omnitrustai.com. And on the website, you will find a lot of information about the technology and the tool. You can even have a trial of our Omni Match. You can just use our trial for whatever data you want to match. And Xingqiu will show you how to use it in the next. All right. Thank you so much for your attention. Yeah, that's my talk.
Great. Thank you so much, Xiaowei. And so, yeah, we'll just turn it over to, is Vivek next, I believe?
Yeah, yes. Vivek.
Yeah. It's me.
Thank you, Vivek. We'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. Am I audible and my screen is visible?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Shu, for a wonderful presentation. So this talk is a continuation of what Dr. Shu spoke about applying LLM technology for one of the domain use cases, entity matching. But there is a lot of talk about the vulnerability, the things can go wrong. Everybody talks about that. Now, in this talk, I'm going to specifically highlight those specific areas which is having those vulnerability issues and how we can address them. Right. So there are four key areas which I want to talk about. One is during operational vulnerability, and then design vulnerability. And then we speak about the solution, the architecture, and how we are mitigating them. The first one is the prompt injection vulnerability, which is very popular. And that's where we see the news and media where the instructions became like an request becomes an instruction and confused like a confused assistant or deputy. So which is like one of the very popular one is jailbreaking technique where the input prompt itself is hacked, and then they try to get the unexpected results in the output. The indirect prompt is like the input prompt is correct, but the intermediate external sources data is being corrupted intentionally, and so the output is also incorrect. So we have seen these things before, like how do we address them? How do we handle them? There are different areas that we can address, handle them. The first one is about the privilege control within the LLM system, as who can access and what kind of requests can come in. And then access to the external sources is another key area to have strict controls over there. And then treating the entire generative AI as an untrusted agent to the initial phase, so that you have a close monitoring situation and what comes in, what goes out. And for very critical situations, it's better to have a human in the loop before you can take the output and inject it to the any business processes. The next one I want to talk about is the model denial of services, which is again coming from network space, wherein they bombard the system with a lot of requests, This is not equal to what we experience in OpenAI doesn't respond. That's not that case, but this is the intentional bad entity. So trying to bring the system down. So what do we do in those situation is to control the API limits or the transactions, the resources, and so on. One, it's at the input level. And there's a context window, like there's a limitation on what you can send. You can't send 1 million bytes of request. So you context length. And also you have put the cap on the resources, what it can be processed and so on. You can't have a undefined number of resources. And overall, having a monitoring situation across the context length and output will handle the or will prevent any undesired output. The third one is a sensitive information disclosure, wherein the information which you don't want to expose is exposed. So how do we prevent the sensitive information disclosure? It all starts from the point of data sources. You sanitize the data, you scrub the data, and then ensure that sensitive data is not entering the system at all, either be in a fine-tuning process or during the language building process. And it's also necessary to have the consumer output, like consumers or business can have a chance to exit this process at any point in time, opt out. And there's also a need for having a legal binding saying that what are the data is being shared here. How do we prevent them? Again, it follows the same principle of controls, the input control, prompt control here, and then you have a monitoring situation between across the system, and then restrict the runtime when it having a runtime APIs. And then finally, the restrict the output. We can control the undesired output. This is the last one, which I'm going to talk about the training data vulnerability. This is the scenario where you are poisoning the data, intentionally training the system with the poisonous data. So what do we do? Typically, we have validate the sources, validate the legitimacy of the sources, and then monitor the continuously. And these are three major steps here. I'm going to skip this one. I'm going to reference back to Dr. Shu's earlier architecture. This is the flat architecture wherein you have generative AI and there are the use cases built on top of them, where there's an customization sitting in between. This is the architecture, and we have applied that architecture into the previously seen the control mechanisms on the security point of view, wherein we have the input capabilities, what you want to have the input capability like context management, parameter control, prompt management, so on. Output capabilities like response management and feedback management, so on. And below you can see there's a security and operational capabilities like data access controls, monitoring, and access management. And there's no integration capability. The system doesn't operate on its own, so it's to talk to some of the external internal systems. There's a need for integration controls and mechanisms in between, which also includes the human in the loop. And above all, there's overarching controlling capabilities like API limitations, resource limitations, QE management, opting out management, and so on. This is the bigger picture of about how we are able to address the vulnerability issue using the standard foundation model, which is also having the customized language on top of it, and we are able to deliver and quality at the same time safe system. Here is the, I'm sorry for the size of the picture there, but it shows that what tools that we use. We use the Garak as one of the tools available in the market right now, wherein we validate the input model at the first step. And then you also validate the output model responses after it's being customized here. And we continuously give the feedback back to the system to have a vulnerability mitigation. And the bottom line, the blue, is about having access to external system, because the system once we build is not going to stay the same forever. It has to be constantly monitored and upgraded. So there is also an external databases like Avid, where you can constantly take the vulnerability and then start patching up into your products and solutions. With that, I would like to take the time to thank everyone for your attention, and I'm here to answer any questions if we have.
Xiao can give a online demonstration of OmniMatch if there's no questions. We can also have the question afterwards.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. So Xingqiao, we'll just turn it over to you and you'll continue our discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah, so I'm going to show the demo of the OmniMatch. Let me share the screen. Application. Share screen. Maybe share the. Yeah. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so this is our website, the Omni Trust AI, and you can find yeah, no, it's not. It's Omni Trust product. Yeah, here. And in the product, you can find the try OmniMatch. And click here. So this is the demo, also showed in Dorothy's presentation. And here, this is the box to enter the record pairs. Now I'm going to use some examples from UI sensors, the synthetic data record pairs to show the performance of the demo of the OmniMatch. So I copy and paste a list of the record pairs. So let me first make it simpler. Just keep one record pair. So the first one, this is one record, and separate with the other record with the semicolon, and the following the second record. And in this case, I have the another semicolon to separate the second record with the ground truth. So these two records are the same entity based on the ground truth. So I can write here. So those record pairs labeled with the ground truth anonymized would be shown in this type, and so it's consistent. So it's consistent with the label. So here the accuracy is 100. So let me just copy and paste more record pairs here, and then we can go through them one by one. So see, I got the accuracy got 95.8, and we can go through these record pairs. For each record pairs is shown the here in each tab. For those labeled as matched, it will be showing in this tab, and those labeled are not matched would be showing in this lab labeled as not matched. And for example, let's go through it. This is the ground truth. This is truth file, has the SSN, first name, last name, street number, street name, apartment number, the city, the state, the zip code, birthday, and the number, and the occupation and salary. Finally, the number is the salary. So the hard to match file is those records without the SSN, without the phone number, and beside this, it also has 20% missing and also random typos. This is the example. It has the first name, missing the last name, and have the street number, street name, apartment name, apartment number, and without the city, city name, have the state, have the zip code. The birthday is correct and has the occupation and the salary. So the result from non-match is yes, they are match. And then let's go another one. This we compare these two records. They have the first name, last name, street number, have typo on the street name. Yeah, and without the city name. Yeah, same zip code, same birth. Yeah, without the year of birthday. So have the job, occupation, and have salary. The results same. The result from the model says they are match. So this one, without the first name, have the street number, street name, city, state, zip code, birthday, birthday without month, and typos on the occupation. Yeah, and the salary. So the results also match. So let's go to the non-match version. Since the accuracy is not 100%, so there's an error here. So you can see that this record pair. So here has missing the first name, has typo on the last name, have the number of street but missing the street name, have the city, have the state, and have the zip code, have birthday, have birthday and salary. That's it. So it's there are more than 20% of missing values. I mean, it's really difficult for even for human to evaluate. So the result here is incorrect, is not match. And also there are situations that like first name, have typo on first name, and have the city, street, city, and missing the state, have zip code, have birthday, and everything else. So this is match. So let's go through some non-match records. Here we just constructed the record pairs for those non-match record pairs randomly. So we can see that for the records shown here, they are totally different without the different name, different address, and different occupation, different salary. So of course the model said they are not matched. So that's the performance of this model on the synthetic data from US sensors. And I would like to show another example. Here I just delayed all the record list here. And I would like to show you the Google Scholar, for example. Attention is on need. This is a very famous paper for the build the foundation of transformer. So here we can see that they are for a paper, it has a series of different formats of the citation. So here I can use here. This is the reference with the format of MLA, and this is another format, APA. So we can copy paste here and run the OmniMatch. And since they don't have label here in the record pair, so it will come to the not label. So we can see this paper, they are matched, they are same entity. So another example can be like for this example, the result of the Google Scholar come to two different results from the Google Scholar. So I can, for example, copy one from this one and semicolon and randomly copy another one. Yeah, and we can see that the name seems that there are typos. I don't know why they are. the name is different, but they are. We can see they are the same person and the same paper, but this is NIPS in attribute rate of this one, yeah, of the full name, but the result is still correct. So let's see another example. There are similar names like attention is all need in space separation. Channel attention is all need for video frame, blah blah something. So we can try this here. Compare with the attention is all need here. So the result of the OmniMatch is not match. They are different paper, but they have similar name, right? This is the attention is all need, and this is the attention is all need in space separation. So yeah, so that's all from my side.
Oh, by the way, the online demo is ready to use for anyone who want to give a try. Feel free to use our online demo. Let us know if you have any question. Really appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Great. And since we're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, would you guys want to handle just a couple questions from the chat? And I think they're interesting. One asks, how would OmniMatch handle matching something like young child 9 years old versus Lisa 9 years old?
Young child 9 years old, Lisa. Let's try the question maybe. I think. Am I still sharing the screen?
Yeah.
No, not right now. I think we're just in the general.
Okay, so I think I would like give a try to answer the question. So basically, again, the way OmniMatch works is based on intelligence, human intelligence, in terms of the language. Okay, it's nothing to do with rules or compare the strings, using distance measure, threshold, whatever. Nothing like that. It's just solely based on the human language or common sense knowledge embedded in the large language model. So if a human, for example, can tell if two entity records are the same or not the same in terms of the real world entity, and most likely, our OmniMatch will give you the same result. If even for human, hard to judge if two, record are the real world entity or not, I don't think the OmniMatch will be able to, give you the answer too. So, so that is my answer. Hopefully, yeah, let me know if I really answer your question.
I think that makes sense to me. And if they put something else in the chat, we'll go from there. But two other quick questions that maybe we could answer. And one is, what's the criteria for a matched pair? Is it something like 80% of the variables match, or what's the criteria for a matched pair?
Okay, so basically, the OmniMatch tool is a generative AI tool. So the generative AI just generate the result, answer for you. You gave a pair of record, OmniMatch as a generative AI tool just generate the result, tell you match or not match. So the internal working of OmniMatch, again, is based on the language model. Is basically understand the language. So based on the knowledge of the language, like a human intelligence, will generate the answer, will give you the answer. Very much, I would say, hey, very similar to ChatGPT. You can, pump in, prompts to as input for the ChatGPT. The ChatGPT just generate the answer for you. There's no criterion. There's no threshold. There's nothing. It's just generate the result based on whatever you use as a prompt.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the other question is, as a cool feature request that I would like to see too, but currently can OmniMatch read uploaded Excel files or just text data only?
Right, matter of fact, I think it doesn't matter what type of files. The demo is just accept just unstructured data. So matter of fact, it doesn't matter. The order doesn't matter either. Format does not matter. Even the language does not matter. Okay, so it's totally unstructured. Just take the data as unstructured data. But if you have a structured data, of course, that can be also handled. Yeah, just a very general, flexible, whatever data. As a demonstration, like Xingqiu gave the demonstration, also my YouTube video. Basically, OmniMatch is the tool can match anything.
Yeah, exciting. Well, thank you so much for the presentation on OmniMatch. And thanks Xiaowei and Vivek and Xingqiu. And I think our next presentation is from Zeb from University of Washington. And so I'll turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you. I will just share my screen. And is that? All right, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Zeb Berconti. I'm a researcher at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. And today I'm going to be talking about large-scale simulated data for entity resolution. So to start with the basics, we've sort of talked about this already in some of the other presentations, but we use the term entity resolution, but it's the same thing as record linkage, data linkage, and it has dozens of other names in different fields and applications. But here's a basic example of the kind of thing we think of as entity resolution. All of the data in this slideshow and presentation is simulated, of course. Imagine if you had like a survey of pet ownership where it says whether or not someone has a dog, and you have maybe some tax filings where it says how much income there is. And you want to do some kind of analysis that basically relates these two variables, but right now they're only in two different data sets. And if you look at these closely, what you'll see is that actually none of these, if you just do the basic thing of first name, last name, and date of birth, okay, let's just match them on that. Actually, none of these are exact matches because people use nicknames, they misspell things and things like that. So it's actually harder than you would think to put together this, this data set that has both columns that you want. And it's especially hard to do it at scale. So some of the barriers that we see to testing and collaborating on entity resolution is that if you're linking people, the data that you're using to link is personally identifiable by definition. Because if it's good enough to find the same person, then it would be good enough to identify the person. And so there's almost always restrictions that come with using data like that. If it's about living people, you want to keep it confidential and respect those people's privacy and all those things. And so there's lots of policies in place. That makes it difficult to actually share examples of, hey, I was doing this entity resolution task and I ran into a problem, and actually be able to show someone what the problem is if you can't show them any of the data that is going into your task. And then also often there's sort of software restrictions, so you might need to be in some kind of secure computational environment to access private data, and it might be it might take some review and overhead to get new software in. So today I'm going to be talking about a package that we developed called pseudo people. And pseudo-people aims to address some of those barriers and make it easier to collaborate and all be on the same page about what are the challenges and solutions in entity resolution. So pseudo-people is a Python package. It generates realistic simulated data about a fictional United States population. So essentially, it's like an alternate universe you can think of. So none of the people in the data are real. They're completely made up, but they're consistent across the different data sets that you can generate from pseudo-people. So you can generate a census, you can generate surveys. We have some administrative records as well, and we're interested in hearing from you if there's other data sets you'd like to generate. And all those, even though all the people in them are completely made up, they'll be the same. So you'll get the same people in a survey that you got in a census, and you can actually try to link them up between those different data sets. And then because it's simulated, we actually know the right answer. So we know whether or not two records were generated by the same simulated person or not. And then the last thing that I want to highlight here is that pseudo-people works at full scale. So when we say a fictional United States population, it's a fictional United States population that's the same size as the real life US population. And so that allows you to really get at some of the challenges that come up only when you're dealing with very large data. So the Census Bureau regularly links billions of records, and the kinds of things that you can do with billions of records are very different because of sort of computational restriction than the kinds of things you can do with thousands of records. So it's very important to kind of like get the size of the problem right. So a little more background on kind of the behind the scenes of pseudo-people. So it's based on an individual-based microsimulation of US population dynamics that goes for multiple decades. So dynamics like fertility, mortality, migration. We have a paper that's been accepted that will be published soon about the microsimulation that underlies it. And then pseudo-people generates these data sets about the simulated population. So as I mentioned, there's a decennial census, tax returns, surveys, and more. There's like some administrative data. And the data collection process that we simulate is not perfect, which is of course what creates all of the challenges in record linkage. If everything was perfect, there would be no problem. And so we, inspired by some previous work, have added in noise, and you as a pseudo-people user can even configure how much noise and what types of noise are in the data that you generate. The package, which anyone can download, includes a small simulated population of about 10,000 people. But there's a simple process where you can just request to get the larger files from us. They're pretty big, so we don't have them out in public. And also, they kind of look creepy. You know, if someone didn't know they were fake, they might think, wow, this shouldn't be out here. So we do have a little process for requesting those, but it's not too hard, and you can get a Rhode Island size data set, which is about 1 million people, or a USA size data set, which is 330 million people-ish. So now I'm going to do a quick live demo. In order to do so, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. One moment as I navigate the different windows involved. And the demo is on Google Colab, so it's something that you could follow along with if you'd like to. And I will put the link in the chat right now. All right, one moment. I'm actually, is this? So I think this has shared. Could I just get a check that this is sharing the pseudo-people demo?
Yes, I can see it.
Awesome. So this is on Google Colab, as I mentioned, which is, if you're not familiar, it's based on Jupyter. It's a way you can run code. Just, you know, anyone who has a Google account can just go to this link and start playing around with pseudo-people, which is a really nice low barrier to entry way. And you do not need to be a Python user to use pseudo-people. It's pretty simple to use, and you can very quickly kind of get it out of pseudo-people, out of Python, potentially into formats that you can use, whatever tools you're comfortable with. So I'm going to start by just running this first cell, which just installs pseudo-people. As I said, it's publicly available on the Python package manager. And then I'll just do import pseudo-people as PSP just to make it a little easier to type. So the first thing that we're going to do, and of course, it goes without saying that all of this is completely simulated. So you're about to see data on your screen that would be bad if it were real, but it's not. So the first thing that we do is we just call psp.generate decennial census. And this is using the small included population of about 10,000 people. And it generates something that looks kind of like a census. It has people's names, ages, dates of birth, streets, street addresses, all kinds of things like that. That's all completely simulated. And we specified the year. 2020 is actually the default, but we have, like I said, we simulated multiple decades. So you can also generate a decennial census for 2040, which is what this cell does. And we get a whole nother data set that's about the year 2040. And you can see that there's some people here who in this simulated universe were born in 2036. So they weren't even alive at the time of this 2020 census. And then the last thing I kind of wanted to show live was the how these correspond to each other. So like I said, there's a real there's a simulated underlying population that's common between these different data sets. So for example, you can see Alfred S. Glissmeyer is one of our simulated people in the 2040 census. And they have a simulant ID, which is what identifies the unique sort of underlying simulated person that we call a simulant that generated it. So if we look back at our 2020 census, this is just filtering the 2020 census to where that simulant ID was present. We can see that the same person, Alfred S. Glissmeyer, was also in our 2020 census. So this is coming from the same population, and you can see that the way that these relate kind of makes sense. So in the 2040 census, they were 69 years old, and in the 2020 census, they were 49 years old because they had 20 years in between to age. So by generating data sets like this, you can get multiple data sets that really do have links to find between them, and also have differences and errors in them. And just as an example of some of the errors, you can there's many kinds, but you can see there's kind of typos in here. Like this name has an 8 in it that probably was supposed to be a B, and there's some O characters in the date, which probably were supposed to be zeros, things like that. And then lastly, as I said before, you don't have to be someone who's very comfortable in Python to use this, because as soon as you've generated the data that you want, you can just save it. So this is using the pandas2 CSV method. There's other methods for other kinds of file formats, but once you've saved this into a CSV or whatever you are most comfortable working with, then you can load it and do all the rest of your analysis, your linkage, whatever it is that you want to do can be done in whatever tools that you typically use. All right, so now I'm going to switch back to my slides. As I mentioned, pseudo-people is available on PyPy, which is the Python package manager. And we also have public documentation and a GitHub page. I can put this link in the chat later, later. And you can learn a lot more about it. There's a lot more to it. That was sort of just the surface level. So then the last thing I would like to talk about today is a case study for person linkage that we have been developing using pseudo-people. So this case study is supposed to kind of approximate the methods that the Census Bureau routinely uses to link large data sets. And this is an example of what I was saying before, that by having data that isn't so protected, like pseudo-people, because it's simulated, we can sort of trade notes a lot more easily and show other people what we're doing in a much more concrete way. So it uses pseudo people data, of course, and that also means that we can directly measure the accuracy of the result, which is pretty interesting to compare different approaches on accuracy. It uses Splink, which is an open source software developed by the UK Ministry of Justice to approximate the proprietary tools that the Census Bureau uses. It's a pretty typical sort of pairwise linkage algorithm. And it's particularly modeled after public descriptions of the Person Identification Validation System, or PVS, which is pretty much the core production person linkage system that's run regularly at Census to link together lots of different files about people. So our goal here is, by having this case study, this sort of public example, we can highlight methods that the Census Bureau is currently using that are under-discussed in the literature. And we can help outside researchers evaluate their methods with a realistic example. So instead of using more of a toy example, they can check how does their approach perform on something that's as similar as possible to what the Census Bureau really needs to do. So the person linkage case study, at a high level, the idea is to add a unique person ID to a simulated file, which in this case is the simulated 2030 census. So the census doesn't include any unique identifier like social security number or anything like that. So all you have to go on is names and dates of birth and things like that that are sort of prone to error and not always unique. So in the case study, we have a simulated reference file, which comes from simulated administrative records where we do actually have a unique identifier. You could think about it like an SSN. But then we also have this new file that doesn't have that unique identifier. And our goal is to match people up from the new file to the reference file and figure out which one they are. And for example, in this case, according to this example, Gerald Allen actually responded to the census twice by accident and was duplicated. And we've labeled that both of those actually match up with the same person in our reference file. So as a quick overview of how it works, and like I said, this is modeled on primarily on how the PVS works. We have our input file and our reference file, and then we go through several iterative linkage modules that block and compare on different attributes, starting with geographic search, name search, date of birth search, and then household composition search. And this uses a technique called cascading, which the Census Bureau uses to sort of solve some of the easy matches quickly, and then spend more time, pass the harder matches along to the later modules, and try to find the matches for the harder to link records. So as sort of results or highlights of our current work on the case study, we're creating versions for each population size. So for the very small, the 1 million and the 330 million full scale versions, so that people can test something out that's a lot less computationally intensive before they jump straight to the full scale, most realistic. And at full scale, right now when we run this, we're using 12 terabytes of RAM, 200 cores, and around 24 hours. So this is a very big task. And the size of the task is really underscored by there's almost 2 billion input records and over 200 billion pairs of records are compared in the process of making these links. So we have some future work that we're planning to do to try to make this possible on a single large machine instead of needing a computational cluster, because we want to lower the barrier to people being able to experiment with this and try out their own methods or tweaks. And if you are one of those people, if you're interested in the case study or in pseudo people or anything else, feel free to reach out to us. I've put my information here. Abraham Flaxman is my PI, and yeah, happy to take any questions from the chat.
Great, thanks, Zeb. I see one question that I guess since we have time, regarding pseudo people, can it generate data following any certain racial distribution?
Yeah, so let me look at that. So the pseudo people is the underlying simulation is based on publicly available data about the US population. So there's data from the ACS and elsewhere about the racial composition of the US population and how that relates to things like household composition. And we even have the relationship between race and last names. So we are sort of able to replicate all of those characteristics. And so what we end up getting is for the US population on essentially every attribute, our simulated population looks like the real US population. And then if you subset it further, like if you were to look at only one state, you might see that the demographics of that state are very different than the US overall, but they should be very similar to that state in reality.
Great. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And are there any, we got another couple minutes before our next presentation could start. So if there are any other questions, I don't see any in the chat, but feel free to just even ask a question and I'll give people just a minute. And after that, we're going to actually move to Adiba and the name address parser from UALR, but I'll give people another minute or so just to put a question into the chat if they have one.
During the time people may put in their question in the chat, I would like to just make a quick comment that our tool right now is not scalable to like millions or billions of records pairs, but we are right now working on making our model with much smaller footprint. That means can literally be installed on any devices, including commodity hardware like a PC. So that is something right now ongoing.
Thanks. Okay, well, we can move along. And the next presentation is also from one of the cooperative agreements working on record linkage, specifically working with a name address parser. And so Adiba, I hope that if Greg is here, that we can make you a presenter, but oh, I think we can. So I'll turn it over to the group from UALR talking about the name address parser.
Hello, everyone. This is Adiba, and I am representing name and address parser from ULR. We are working with Census Bureau on this, and what exactly we do here is we do improve the quality of name and address parsing using the standardization process. And now let's come to parsing. What exactly is parsing? Parsing is nothing but to clean or to pick some important required elements or tokens from the string. So suppose if name and address, it's a completely one string. So basically, while we use this in entity resolutions or in somewhere else, so we here parse like splitting the name separately and the address separately, and name also has a set of standard fields that are being tokenized, and the same goes with the address. And here we even remove some unwanted characters and everything. We filter out the data during the entire parsing process. And let's move, let me go to the other slide. So here, as I said, while we perform entity resolution, the address plays a crucial role for identifying the reference in the data repository. So most of the time, as I said, like the data is like not complete, it's unstructured and everything. So to standardize and to make this data usable, to whatever reasons for the entity resolution, basically this is used in the blocking and indexing, where in blocking, usually we use like specifically the state code, street number. We pick a state code and we match the tokens. So this makes the entire process easy. So to identify the components also in USPS also, we basically try to, identify some specific components like zip code, state, street address or something like that. So it makes things easy in this case. So we can easily split and start identifying it. So let's first discuss more on the addresses here. See here, we have basically different types of addresses. Like you can see, we have individual, rural, road, attention, highway, post office, and military. So these are as per USPS publication part. So we were able to, parse and these addresses and names as per these basic 8 types of standards as per this USPS publications. And we were able to develop like a token pattern with help of the human in loop proof of concept system in Python. So this is not totally a machine learning where we pre-train the model, or it's nothing like a supervised model training data set where we are totally like dependent on the machine learning, where we have to totally depend on the else if ladders to change whatever we have to change in the basic, even specific to individual or different types of addresses. Here we can, even if there is a change, we only go and focus on the particular dictionary or token of whatever different patterns of addresses we have. So this way it helps in developing the active learning model. So let me go to the next slide. This is the token pattern approach. Here, if you see, we have the name and addresses records. The basic process uses a token patterns, and the token patterns to identify like separate name tokens and the address tokens. And name tokens we use in the name parser. It has some 6 standard fields, and address tokens are used in the address parser. We have 15 standard fields and more as of now, as we are growing more in the address parser like USAD, SNO, USAD, street number, zip code, and everything. So these are different type of standard fields. We have like components, address components. So if a pattern is not found, a best guess algorithm parses the data. At the same time, the data are sent to the person to review, like in the map creation form, while I'll show you in the next few seconds while giving a demo, to create the correct pattern. That can be added to the pattern knowledge base. So that way, the next time, if a similar pattern of address is being given by the user, the system identifies with the help of the active learning, and it passes the addresses. So that way it is totally dependent on, the patterns that we have created, the tokens and everything. So let's see the example here. We have like addresses here. Basically, we create a clue table. Like suppose if there is a 123 Oak Street Cloud, and here we have created a clue table. Clue table, it helps in, picking different types of words from the addresses and create, like Oak Street, we have given something as like F or W or something. If it is 1, 2, 3, if we have given it as N, it stands for numeric. If we don't find everything in the clue table, it identifies as W. It's like a generic string. So that way, we have created a clue table where the system first goes and searches for the words or the patterns, the addresses, the strings from the clue table. If it founds from the clue table, it picks and generates the tokens. And if it doesn't find, it will give you a W. So that way a pattern is designed here. If like you can see the mask is in the mapping knowledge base, it uses the mapping to pass. So here, if the mask is not available in the knowledge base, it throws an exception, or it gives the user or someone from the committee to it gives the right to to create a right mapping and send it to the knowledge base. That way we are improvising the knowledge base, and it will helps in creating an active learning process. So this is the flow diagram. So in the process one, we have the name and address file. It creates, it goes to the clues table, checks for the, if a user enters an address, it goes to the clue table, checks for the clues, and if it founds, it generates a mask. From the mask, if the mask is found, it passes the addresses and the pass information is displayed. If the mask is not found, an exception is thrown. And beyond this, if the exception is thrown, we have an option where we can work on the exception, we can remodify the mask, and we can update the knowledge base as per the user wish. Like here, the users are nothing but the Census Bureau people who can, modify the mask which are thrown in the exception output, and they can revamp and throw back into the knowledge base. That way we are improvising the existing knowledge base. So this is a step-by-step explanation. Here, suppose we have taken an address of 123 Oak Street, and when we enter this address, a mask is generated. So this mask has a table, a tokens of table. You can see the positions, the tokens 123-1/2. A code is generated, and n is nothing but a numeric. So that way we are splitting into different types of tokens like Little Rock, Arkansas, and the zip code and everything. So this component code on the extreme right, you can see like USAD SNO, the value is assigned this, and USAD SNM, the value is assigned Oak, and USAD SFX, the value is assigned Street. So that way we are giving each and every component code a different value, and that's how the final parsing is done. So let me show you a demo. Here I am going in the single line. Are you able to see the screen?
Right now, we still see the final presentation of the slideshow.
Okay. Okay, let me share again. So, can you see the screen now?
Yep, now we can. It looks great.
Yes. So let me enter an address here. And if I enter an address and hit on submit, you can see that the address is passed by active learning, and you can see like the address that has been like 5506 has been split and passed into different components. Like 5506 is a USAD SNO, it's a street number. The component description has been given, and A stands for SNM, it's a street name, and street suffix, it stands for street suffix. So Little, it has been a city name, Little Rock. So Arkansas, a state name, and this 72205 is a zip code. So that way we split and parse the address, and it gives us notification that it has been passed by the active learning. Now, if as a user I'm not satisfied with this, I can throw a force exception on it, and I can go and modify, and I can revamp the existing parsed address, and I can update the knowledge base. So if I go to the single run, This is the latest timestamp. So this is the address that has been given here. So if I'm not happy with any of the address component as a committee member, so I can go and change. Suppose I want to change the street as a street name. Okay. Then I would update this as a region street address, and here I am giving an option to add this to the validation database and the knowledge base as well. So here we are moving it to the knowledge base and clicking on submit. So this way the mapping is created and it is sent to the knowledge base. So this helps like, you know, with it's like not a pre-trained model or something like that. So if I enter address, you can see that it is now passed by the active learning, and you can see that the street has been updated with the street suffix. I can even show the batch parser process where as a user, you will be asked to choose a file. Let me pick a file here. And when I click on process file, so we get a detailed report that is generated on the screen. So you can see there are total number of addresses are 91, and the unique pattern are of 23. And the pattern passed addresses are of 79, and the percentage is 86.81, and the exceptions thrown are 12. So the exceptions, we can get all the detailed report here. We can see these are the dictionaries. So when you click on this, you will be able to see all the detailed files. So this is how the entire address parser has been designed. So this is what we have. If you have any further questions, you can please go ahead.
I have a question on this one. You know, like when it comes to parsing problems, people traditionally use grammar-based parsers. Like, you know, they may use context-free grammar or, you know, tree adjoining grammar. There are so many grammars people have introduced. So have you tried to use any of those formalisms to solve the parsing? Of course, you know, I mean, I understand nowadays, you know, everybody wants to use machine learning for anything and everything. So yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, that's my question.
So in future, we want to adapt and work on this machine learning process. For now, we are more focusing on the active learning and how, with the minimal help of user intervention, we can upgrade the map, the knowledge base. And the reason I'm saying is like we have like minimal false positives. Which help, like, you know, even if you have to make some changes, it only affects the particular dictionary. The user as a developer, he doesn't need to go and sit and work on the entire code. Or we have different types of addresses, and this may take a time. It's a time taking process. So this is like a minimal thing. So we have improvised in that area. So hopefully, yeah, we want to inculcate the machine learning process in future, but right now we haven't.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, thank you, Adiba. I think that was excellent and really neat to see.
Thank you.
And so hopefully this was informative for the group about some of the work Census is doing with cooperative agreements and kind of that commitment to open science, to making some of the record linkage tasks and tools available to the general public in a way that's informed and guided by Census needs. I think we have time now to address any other questions. And so there is a method to ask a verbal question, and it's kind of posted in the chat how to do it. But I'll just give a couple, 2 or 3 minutes to see if anyone wants to ask any questions of any of the presenters or anyone here. And I would just encourage you to check out some of the links that were shared, whether it's pseudo people or the UALR work or the Yukon work. I think all of it shows so much potential, and I think it's really, really cool to see. And I just want to express my thanks to the presenters for doing that. So I'll open the floor for questions.
Well, I have one question for Zeb. Zeb, you talked about 1.7 billion records, and also you then mentioned around 24 billion pairs of records. So I assume that you have been using some blocking because the number of possible pairs out of 1.7 billion is too much.
Yes.
So yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we compared over 200 billion pairs.
Oh yeah,
so
200 billion, right?
It's a pretty interpretable number of, if we have about 2 billion records, we're only comparing each one with about 100 other records. So yes, a ton of blocking is needed to make that happen. And we modeled our blocking off what the PVS really does, which is an iterative approach that hasn't really been described in the literature, where you first do a very restrictive form of blocking, and then you use some assumptions about the record linkage structure. So specifically, their assumptions are that in the reference file I was talking about, there are no duplicates. That's already deduplicated. And so what that means is that anything that links to something in the reference file has already been linked to as many things as it can be. And so there's a very restrictive blocking that's done first. A bunch of records are linked, and then only the ones that are not linked go on to the next blocking, and it can get less restrictive as you go.
Like any words about the F1 score that you were able to get?
So we did not actually calculate an F1 score. That's a good idea. What we did was kind of looked at some precision and recall metrics. Currently, with the noise settings that we've been running on, so we sort of turned up the noise settings to make it an especially hard problem. We were able to get essentially perfect accuracy, which we know is the sort of the priority for census, is getting them right as opposed to finding every single match. So essentially perfect accuracy with about 80% recall. And we're currently looking into how does that relate to the noise settings and the parameters used in the linkage, of sort of looking at that precision recall trade-off, which is something we've also looked at a little bit, which is that, we could get a much higher recall if we were willing to give up, a few percentage points of precision.
Thank you.
May I ask a question also to the team of University of Washington? So your data simulator, does the simulator use some probabilistic model to generate like a run Markov chain Monte Carlo or any sampling approach to generate the data, or you have basically the program, the rules based on some statistical numbers to generate, or dictionaries, things like that, to generate simulated data? What approach basically you used?
Yeah, so the data is generated in 2 steps. First, we simulate sort of the truth, the real, they're not real, they're simulated people who are, moving around the US, being born, dying, things like that, without thinking about how those people are observed or whether they make typos or anything like that. And we do that with an individual-based microsimulation that draws on lots of public data sets about the US population. So a lot of the things that we have in the simulation come from the American Community Survey, ACS. And so we sample people from the ACS to sort of create realistic fake people in our simulation. And then we have lots of dynamics, like I said, mortality and fertility and migration, that are also based on real data sets about the US and how people move around and things like that. Then the second step is actually generating the data that is requested. So if a decennial census is requested, then we have to basically simulate the process of collecting that decennial census from those people, which is what introduces all of the errors. So that includes, we have a bunch of types of errors that are configurable in pseudo-people, things like phonetic errors, like writing something that sounds similar, or typos or OCR errors. And we apply that to sort of the true people's attributes to get what ends up being recorded in that data file.
So basically, my understanding is that, thank you for the answer. You don't have like a model of the people so that you can use to sample the model to get synthetic data. Is my understanding right?
So we do have a model of the people. We have a microsimulation where that has like 300 million pretend people in it who each have, they each live in a household and they each have a household structure, and they might die or move to a different state or whatever it is that they might do.
Yeah. I just want to make this more clear. So, one way I'm from statistics to generate synthetic data is, for example, you get a bunch of data. Let's say they are just grade from the student taking my class. I can then, train a, Gaussian, model, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I get a Gaussian model, I already have the parameter mean and variation. I can just run some, sampling procedure to generate any, pseudo scores the student from my class. So that is what I call model-based data generation, or generative model approach to generate the data. Same to me, I don't know. I just want to confirm your approach is not that category concept approach. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right. So when you say synthetic data, there's a whole bunch of methods that basically work from the idea that you have some amount of real data and you want to just basically have more of it that looks similar. Like, I have 1,000 grades, but I want to have 1,000,000 grades. So let me generate, the rest are synthetic. That isn't the challenge here. We don't have real data. All real data that looks like the data that we generate is completely private for very good reasons. We don't have any real tax returns. So we have to simulate it at a much more sort of mechanistic level of, instead of saying, here's the real tax returns, let's just fit something to them. We have to say, what are the statistics that we actually have available to us publicly about what kinds of people file their taxes and how many of them file their taxes, and that kind of a thing. And so then we use that information about the process by which they're created to try to emulate what the real thing might look like without ever having access to the real thing in the first place for privacy reasons.
Thank you. May I ask another question? I don't know if anybody else has a question. I can wait. But if no other question, may I just ask one more question? Okay, this question to, I don't know, excuse me if my, I apologize if my pronunciation is not, correct. Dr. Raji Sikran.
Raji,
you count. Wonderful job. I just want to ask one question. So in your data blocking strategy, you have a super block, you have also keyword block based on some substring of attributes. And my question is, because you have a keywords, does that can have a result, for example, the same record being in multiple data blocks. If that is the case, how you guarantee that your final deduplication result really, combine all the duplications into one?
Oh yeah, sure. Excellent question. I guess, of course, I did not elaborate on the graph that I was referring to. So that graph I talked about, has only one node per record. So I go into the individual blocks, and then there will be some number of records in each block. So I will, for example, calculate the pairwise distances within each block. If two records have a distance within the threshold, then I will throw an edge between the two records. That's all I do within the blocks. So those edges go to the global graph. And the graph is then what I deal with, right? I will find the connected components and output them. So in other words, the duplicates are not, they can only increase my runtime a little bit, but they're not going to introduce multiple edges in my graph, or multiple nodes corresponding to the same record.
Okay, thank you. Just one more last question.
Yeah, please.
Sorry if I have too many questions. Hopefully, will not take other people's chance to ask questions. So my last question is, Dr. Raji Sekaran. So if because the way you approach seem to me is based on the specific attribute of the data. That means if we have a different, for example, domain, different data, then you have to go through the whole algorithm one more time to find out which is the best the keywords for to do the blocking and so on and so forth. Is that right?
That's very true. We also have another approach that we have employed recently. This is the mapping, right? Namely, I can take data from any domain and I can map them into the Euclidean space. And then from there on, I can only deal with points in the Euclidean space, right? So this is a generic approach where the data could be from any domain. It could be string of characters, it could be images, or any other form of data that we can deal with. So the thing is, we can always map them to the same Euclidean space, and then we can do the processing in the Euclidean space. That's a generic approach. Of course, I liked your approach very much, use of the LLM. As you pointed out correctly, that the runtime is not able to handle the millions of records, but I'm sure you're going to work on it. And, so that, it's a very nice approach. But, of course, we can try to collaborate if, you want to, we can discuss some common ideas. And so.
That's good comments. Basically, our Omni Match is simply just a record linkage tool. It's just not. We don't have a data blocking. We don't have the resolution part or deduplication part. But that is something we are going to work on in the next couple months.
Absolutely. So
I can say that. By the end of this year, we will have a full solution, all based on large language model, from data blocking to the end to the entity resolution part. To me, it's like using large language model. You have to do three subtasks. One is data blocking for scalability. The second one is the one we already did, namely the record linkage. The third one is just the deduplication, or found resolve the duplications. So that is we call it entity resolution part. So these are the three steps in order to make the whole make a product for entity resolution.
Absolutely.
That's our goal. Yes. And also we will if you use a generative model any kind, of course, the model is tremendous, is huge. It's like trillions of parameters. Even though our customized large language model is several magnitudes smaller, but we will work on make it even more compressed. That means, as I said, we will make our solution so small that literally can be installed on any devices based on the customer requirement.
Right. For example, I worked on some model compression techniques.
Right.
Which kind of reduce the number of parameters by 99% or even more.
Right.
Some of those things can be.
Exactly.
Well, great. Thank you so much for the comments. And I think if no one else has any other things to add, I just wanted to again say thanks for presenting. And I think I learned, and it's just neat to see, everybody collaborating together in this type of domain. But let me open the floor. I'll look in the chat for any other questions before we quit. And if you look in the chat, there's some links now to some of the programs and software that's been developed. So check those out if you have.
No, John, I apologize. I asked my student Jayanta to put the links. He might have left already, sorry.
Oh,
but if anybody's interested, they can email me. I'll be glad to send the links.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Are there any other questions? If not, we will call it quits.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye now.
Bye.